Are we live? Yes. Beautiful. Plugged in. Headphones somewhere. Goodness. We're live. We are live. Hello, everybody. Apologies for being 4 minutes late. Technical difficulties, as you might expect. I was trying to get a timer so that I could have a little timer of where we were in each episode up. God, you'd imagine that would be easier than it is. But we got there. We got there. Shall we watch Drive to Survive? Feels like that's the time. It's time now. It was released today, I want to say. I want to say it was released today. And we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it all together as a big happy family, even though my screen is now just turned off that it was on. Here we go. Beautiful. Lovely. Okay. Am I to the beginning with this? Okay, I need to kick start on this and start on this exactly the same time. I clicked the wrong button. Come on. We can do this. I need to start on this and start on this exactly the same time. Nope. This time I missed the mouse. Okay, final attempt. Beautiful. We did it. We're live. We're there. We're set. We're Drive to Surviving. I don't know how long this season is. I haven't heard too much about this season either. Obviously, we know what happened. Because it happened in real life. But here we are. Oh, let's settle in. Let's settle in. Man, oh man. Starting with 2021. They're back. Is this not... This seems like a little bit of a recap. Am I watching season 5? I am. It's just a big recap of last season. Just in case you missed it. They're like, actually, you know how you're watching season 5 right now? Maybe watch season 4. It was better. That's the vibe that this is giving me. Remember the season before last season? That one was better, wasn't it? Ooh. I do love Toto Wolff. I think there's just something about the man. Toto Wolff, for me, just something clicks. Something's good. Where are we? Italy. I'm liking it. A little Fiat. Gunther Steiner and Matteo Binotto. Of course it is. I can see them two being friends. I do enjoy the fact that Haas and Ferrari are quite good friends with each other, right? There's a lot of people at Haas that also work at Ferrari and vice versa. A striking fellow. Poor Gunther. Now he's missing Matteo off the grid. Although him and Vasseur seem like they're pretty good friends too. Matteo Binotto does seem like the kind of guy that would just have a vineyard, doesn't he? I love Gunther Steiner. He's already in it. Start off with Gunther Steiner, you're on for a good show. That's basically how it goes. I mean, they came third last season. It's not like they had the worst season ever in the whole world, was it? It was okay. Haas were good, to be fair. Like they're not too far off. I obviously don't know when they recorded like the extra little bits and pieces. But like this was before the season started, before Bahrain. They're not too far off between them. Bahrain does look beautiful, to be fair. Charles Leclerc, Carlos Sainz. Little do they know they're about to start the curse where if you win the first Grand Prix, you never win the championship. It's interesting that Max kind of changed his mind. Now he's a world champion. He's like, yeah, I'll do Drive to Survive then. Go on. George Russell is the most cringe human being in the world. I wonder if they got any of the behind the scenes of Pierre and Alpine. That'd be interesting. I'd quite like to see what happened with the whole Pierre Ocon situation. Because obviously Pierre wasn't their first choice or even like their second choice, really. So it'd be interesting to know where that kind of went and how it went. Lando best of the rest. Norris. It's going to be weird to see McLaren's behind the scenes because it's just going to be so negative, right? All the Daniel Ricciardo stuff, all the Oscar Piastri madness. That's going to be interesting. They got any of the Oscar Piastri stuff this season too. Sebastian Vettel's retirement. There's a lot that this season could cover. Whether they cover it all, we'll kind of have to wait and see, right? Even like Kevin Magnussen coming into Haas. Poor little Danny Rick. Poor little Danny Rick. I do feel sorry for Danny Rickett at times. It was a little bit mad. Like the first few races of the season where there was sort of like 7 or 8 different concepts kind of knocking around. Now it's a little bit closer, obviously, in 2023. People have kind of grouped up a little bit. Most people are somewhere between Red Bull and Ferrari in terms of where they were last season as well. In terms of their aero package, at least. Oh, Fernando at Alpine as well. Poor George. Bless him. I mean, it does look pretty fast. Wow. Even like literally everybody's like, what's this zero pod design you got going on? This looks dumb. Hamilton worried about the Ferrari. Little did he know it's going to be the Red Bull that actually ran away with it all in the end. Fair. Yeah, Carlos was under a lot of pressure at the start of 2022. Like when the Ferrari did look like it was championship worthy, and it kind of kept that momentum going throughout the season, to be fair. Like it wasn't like Ferrari completely and utterly dropped off in terms of pace. But there was a lot of pressure on Carlos to begin with. I do like that they do this kind of opening episode around kind of the opening Grand Prix. Gives us a little bit of a look at what everyone's thinking, feeling, each of the teams. Although it does feel like it's going to be quite Ferrari based, quite Mercedes based, just from the drivers that they've had so far. A little bit of Haas, Ferrari, Mercedes. Obviously, Lando and Daniel. Oh, really? Manual. That's a shame. I mean, I'm liking it so far. I do like the opening episode and how they kind of work in all of the teams a little bit. Just a little bit of a preview, a little bit of a build up. Does someone want to break it to Toto? That didn't quite work out in the way that he was hoping. It was interesting that Max took the number one. I mean, it makes sense, right? I know that Hamilton never took it, but if you get the opportunity, why not? Get that number one on there. I suppose it does make you a little bit of a target, but it's not like people don't know who's the world champion at that time on the track. Max is still so young as well, man. Max could be in the sport for so long, and the fact he's still so hungry for it. Like, sometimes it goes one or two ways, right? Sometimes you win a world championship, and it's difficult to come back for a second one. Especially in a team sport like this, to re-motivate everyone, to re-energize everyone, to get that second opportunity at everything. Gunther Steiner just needs his own show. Can we just have a Gunther Steiner spin-off show? He's just the character. They haven't shown... I suppose they won't show any of the Nikita Mazepin stuff, right? But they also haven't shown Kevin Magnussen yet. We've seen Mick Schumacher a few times. Ah, there they are. Fred and Gunther. Okay, here we go then. The preseason testing in Barcelona. I talked that up a little bit when I said they hadn't mentioned the Nikita Mazepin, Kevin Magnussen stuff. There we go. It was awkward. Hello, mate. You're right. It was a bit weird though, right? Because obviously Nikita couldn't do anything about it. It's not like he did it, but Haas, I think, made the right decision. Gindersnyder, done with Russians. I think that's fair. I think everyone shares that. Kevin Magnussen to the rescue. I do wonder how they kind of came to the conclusion of Kevin Magnussen. It would have been interesting if they went for Nico Hulkenberg last season, considering he was also available, right? I imagine it would have been a similar kind of contract situation that they'd have been able to do. I'm so glad that K-Mag came back, though. The suck my balls moment. How many times do you think we're going to see that suck my balls moment? Every single Grand Prix, I think, this year? At least twice? Kevin and the door. The Kevin door scenario incident was absolutely hilarious, right? Like the fact that he's there to like one of the engineers. Kevin does not fuck smash my door. And then he's like, yeah, come back in. Get him back in the car. He grew out his beard quite heavily, did K-Mag, didn't he? In the old season. Looked pretty slick by the time they got to Bahrain though. One year of holiday. Good on Gunther. I'm glad that like those two, like, because it could have been a little bit spicy between them, right? Could have been a tricky relationship between the two of them. But the fact that you see that kind of straight off the bat in Bahrain, I think Gunther never wanted K-Mag to go. I think he's like his son. It's like his Formula One son. Kevin Magnussen, Gunther Steiner. They'll just be together forever. And I'm there for it. I'm absolutely there for it. No strategy. Just go, Max. Max, just drive quickly. I feel like, to be fair, when you've got drivers of the caliber of like Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, you can just be like, drive it fast. Just drive it really quick and just see what you can do. Danny Rick and Zach Brown. That's going to get heated, isn't it? I wonder if it does. I wonder if Danny Ricciardo kind of accepts it or whether he kind of tries to snap back a little bit. I mean, Bahrain was absolutely horrendous for McLaren, so this is not going to be a nice watch for the McLaren boys out there. I wonder if we'll see any of Latifi. Latifi and Albon haven't been in this at all yet, really. Whereas Jos Capito is usually pretty good at getting involved in Drive to Survive. They did a whole episode on him, season 4. Oh, Gasly struggling through that. Oh my goodness. It's just mad how you forget all this. Like, it was only 12 months ago. But it just seems like forever ago. So much has happened. It's crazy how much happened in the 2022 season. Like, you look at the grid here now, and you're like, all of this is yet to come. And all of it's going to happen again in 2023. Oh, I'm so excited for the new season. This is exactly what I need. It's so Haas, isn't it? To just have a really quick car first race of the season and then also have lots and lots of issues. Have to trade your driver in last minute. Have a driver who can't even put his helmet on. Unbelievable. Kevin Magnuson's radio doesn't work too. Either that or he's just ignoring him. I really hope he's just ignoring him for the bands. Kevin Magnuson's house is beautiful. I mean, it's what you'd expect from a Formula One driver, but still. Maybe the year off was what Kevin Magnuson kind of needed. Bit of a reset, reevaluate. Love that. Charles Leclerc was so good in qualifying last year. It was ridiculous. Yeah, Mercedes were absolutely trash. Really did not click. They haven't mentioned porpoising yet either. That was the big buzzword of the beginning of the season. They haven't. There's no image of Lewis Hamilton just doing this. That's what I was expecting. They're focusing very heavily on Haas in this first episode, which I suppose makes sense. Kevin Magnussen coming back. But there was lots of other stuff kind of happening in and around Bahrain too, with all the reg changes. This is where Kevin puts in an absolutely top draw lap as well. Q3, 7th fastest. Kevin Magnussen's back on track. The fact that they ran it as well, they were like, you know what, hydraulic issue, doesn't matter. Roll it out. P3 for Carlos. Here he comes. The Monarch man himself. That Ferrari's so quick. So quick at the start of the season as well. Ooh. Christian Horner and Adrian Newey there. Content, I guess, but not cheery. Did they get any of Hamilton and George? I love that phones Gene every time. I just love that. Like Gene could be there. Multi-millionaire Gene has. And he's just like, I'll get them to ring me after everyone. Give me a rundown. I like to think Gene wasn't even watching. Given's like, that was good, eh? And Gene's like, don't know, mate. Where'd you come? Carlos doesn't look too happy about it, to be fair. Maybe he was expecting more from himself. Like, you know, P3 in a Ferrari coming into the 2022 season. It's a great start, but he doesn't look content. Straight off the bat, Ferrari seeing Red Bull as like the favourites, or Matteo Binotto at least seeing Red Bull as the favourites. I suppose because Mercedes were just like so far off the pace in that first qualifying session, they knew that they were going to have to make quite big steps forward very quickly, which wasn't out of the realms of possibility for Mercedes because it's Mercedes, but Ferrari already thinking Red Bull are the ones to watch. It is crazy how much pressure there is on the guys at the top compared to those throughout the grid, right? It's so impressive that Toto Wolff and Christian Horner have like stuck around for so long. Because when you are at the top, the pressure is so much more. Like even Gunther Steiner is saying, you know, the pressure it has to perform is important, but nowhere near in comparison to Ferrari. It's crazy that Max and Charles like come through every single like echelon from karting all the way up together. Almost parallel as well. Came into Formula One very similar times. Obviously, Max got a little bit of a boost, a little bit of a jump, did Max Verstappen, but Charles Leclerc was there right behind him. Charles Leclerc was in like a season before the likes of like Russell, Norris, Albon, that kind of era. Charles Leclerc was still very, very impressive. I am very impressed with Kevin Magnussen, especially considering we saw De Vries later on in the season. I imagine they'll cover it in the Williams car, and he like couldn't actually get out of the Williams like car at the end of the Grand Prix. Kevin Magnussen came in Bahrain and was like, "Yeah, smashed it, points, easy game." Got out of the car, celebrated like a champion. And I suppose, like, yes, he'd been in Formula One before, but even so, very impressive from Kevin Magnussen. Like, looking back on it now, in retrospect, compared to those other guys that are out there. I suppose Nico Hulkenberg as well. They haven't touched on Aston Martin at all. Considering Sebastian Vettel, Lance Stroll, Aston Martin coming into the 2022 season, people were, like, interested to see what would happen. I mean, they were pretty rubbish at the start of the season, but there was big talk from Aston Martin going into 2022. I suppose similar to 2023. On Track has had his channel stolen. Wow, I hope not, because that would mean that Taron didn't send that message, which would be weird. Oh, Kevin Magnussen on Sergio Perez. Oh, mate, it's so good, Polish Eddie, isn't it? Like, episode 1, straight off the bat, so good. Like, this is exactly what I need for 2023. Oh, big lockup. Oh, I just haven't seen Formula One cars on track in so long. Oh, man, I need this. I need this. I'll check the Discord. I mean, good for Stein. I can't really imagine that he was going to be, battling wheel to wheel with Sergio Perez the entire season. Hamilton versus Perez made it look easy. Hello, Emmanuel, mate. Just got here. What did you miss? About 34 minutes of episode 1 of Drive to Survive. We're currently watching Kevin Magnussen battling with George Russell in Bahrain. Kevin Magnussen. Yeah, he did lock up the left front quite a few times. I mean, the thing is, right, like the fact that Haas are picking up points, they've got to be fairly happy about it. I know that they get a little bump in points that's coming up fairly soon. Are we going to see the Charles Leclerc Verstappen back and forth, the to and fro? They swapped positions like every single lap. It was crazy. You ahead of Verstappen, but by like 10 feet. Get the warm through those tyres. Max Verstappen going for the overtake. Gets it. It was mad that Charles Leclerc almost like left the door a little bit open in turn 1 to then get back at him in turn 4. The interchange, like the racing between these two was just so good to watch. Straight back at him. It was like a carbon copy every single lap, wasn't it? It was just like Verstappen overtakes Leclerc, Leclerc retakes Verstappen, Verstappen overtakes Leclerc, Leclerc overtakes Verstappen. It's just like back, the to and fro here was so. Imagine if we had this all season. God, it just gave so many. It gave us so much hope. There was going to be a proper back and forth between these two. Just so nice. I want this. I want a repeat of Bahrain last year. I forgot how good Bahrain last year was. Such a good race. Steering wheel gets heavy for Max, though. Yeah, we know. We know what's about to come, but it is heavily, heavily disappointing for the Red Bull setup. I mean, look, they were probably going to come second in this race, but it's still second in this race. Alpha Tauri. That didn't keep going throughout the season, did it? The Alpha Tauri is battling up towards the point scoring positions. The complete opposite, if anything. Magnussen battling with Gasly, Leclerc battling with Verstappen. It's just Ferrari power unit versus Red Bull power unit up and down the grid. It's exactly what I want to see. Although Gasly does also come to a stop. It was mad that Gasly came to a stop first, caught fire, and then like all of the Red Bull cars just started falling apart. Wow, he actually did have the flames very close to him there, did Pierre, didn't he? I kind of forgot how quickly the Alpha Tower just kind of went up. There is something about a safety car in a race as well. It does just help, doesn't it? Just that second opportunity. I wonder if they'll portray it as a close championship. I don't think they really can. It really wasn't. They've portrayed it as very close in this like first Grand Prix, obviously. But I don't think they can throughout the season. I think it's going to be more about the storylines outside of the championship. Probably we will see like a couple of episodes on Max and just the wins continually happening. But I think it would be more about like Daniel Ricciardo, Sebastian Vettel's retirement, maybe the Alpine madness. Obviously Haas, because Gunther is the main character. Max does not mince his words on the radio, does he? Not a happy boy when it's not getting his way. Carlos Sainz giving the go-ahead. I remember seeing this Carlos Sainz overtake and being a bit like confused by it. I was like, Max was looking so quick earlier on, and Carlos Sainz was looking like okay on pace. But then it did just go from bad to worse, didn't it? Verstappen just dropping backwards, and then it all ends. Not many times this season would we see a Mercedes go past a Red Bull. I think like that was basically the one and only time that we saw both of the Mercedes cars easily get past a Red Bull. I suppose that was the thing, right? Damage limitations for Mercedes at this point. They were there. At least they were there to overtake the Red Bull when Max Verstappen did drop. Even Perez couldn't get it to the end. Couple of laps from the end. Red Bull double DNF in the first race of the season. Remember when we thought this was like, oh my god, Red Bull have dropped it. Red Bull have dropped the ball. It's Ferrari's year. Viva la Ferrari. Kevin Magnussen P5. Oh, those points would absolutely carry Kevin Magnussen for the rest of the season in the Drivers' Championship as well. If there were ever some points that were going to carry a man so heavily, that P5 really did do it. Oh, is there any little behind the scenes here from Red Bull? Oh no, just Christian Horner and Max Verstappen walking into the garage. Thought we might get a little insight. The Italy flags are out. Charles Leclerc on top of the car. It was looking so good for Ferrari at this point, wasn't it? Like silly good for Ferrari. That is true, actually. Kevin Magnussen makes a great point. Haas are not lucky. If there's one Formula One team that is not lucky, it is Haas Formula One. The fact they got a little bit of luck. A couple of things actually went their way for once. That would not continue to happen for the rest of the season either. Haas are an unlucky establishment. Oh, I did not know that Giovinazzi was there. Monaco is going to be a great episode, to be fair. Ferrari at Monaco. I wonder how much more they've got of Ferrari behind the scenes. Because, like, this episode was very good Ferrari. Here we go. I was going to say, they hadn't mentioned the porpoising. Haven't mentioned the porpoising, but it looks like it's coming next episode. And the Joe collision, apparently. Wow, they are skipping forward. Are they just going through, like, Mercedes next episode? Maybe. And Mick under pressure. God, there is so much to come, isn't there? Oh, it's crazy. I wonder if they do have much about the AlphaTauri seat and the Alpine seat. Danny Rick also looks pretty set for business. All right. Episode 2. Bada bing, bada boom. Quick reset. Dun, dun. I really enjoyed that. Maybe it's just because I haven't seen Formula One cars on track in a little while. Like, properly racing. And that Bahrain race was so good. But still, I very, very much enjoyed that. Of course, you name your dog Toto Wolff. The Harvard Business School interview with Toto Wolff, I've watched actually like 3 or 4 times. I don't know whether that says more about me or about this, but I'm impressed that they've got this. I've watched this a couple times. Toto Wolff just does speak incredibly well. Just knows what to say. Just Toto Wolff. Ooh. I think this is going to be the Mercedes ep. George to Mercedes. Oh, I suppose Toto will has to basically say Lewis Hamilton is the greatest driver of all time, right? That has to be his motto at this point. Oh, bounce back, not quite. I suppose over the course of the season, yes, but From 2021 to 2022, not so. Still in Bahrain. Okay. I think this episode might sort of travel through the season from the perspective of Mercedes, I want to say. Hey, there he is. Yos Capito. I'm expecting a Williams episode of some sorts along the way. Even just a little nod to like Latifi, you know. And like Sargent coming in. Feels like episode 1. It does. It feels like kind of a bit of a reset. Maybe they're just going for that for every episode. That was like the Haas stroke, little bit of Ferrari episode. Now they're like into episode 2, reset for Mercedes. Love that. Bye. Got a microphone in my face. You know, the standard for being in Formula One at this point. Can't go anywhere on the grid without there being a microphone there. Whether it's like teams, YouTube channels. They do like a consistent driver pairing, to be fair, don't they, Mercedes? If you look at like Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, the fact that they have had that consistency, Nico Hamilton, Bottas Hamilton, George Hamilton. I mean, Hamilton's been there the whole time, but they have had that like flow of drivers, and it hasn't felt like they've ever needed to change. Like Valtteri Bottas could have still stayed at Mercedes, and people wouldn't have been like stunned by that moving into this season. But it does feel like other teams, like Red Bull, had to change drivers at some points. They were like forced to change drivers when Daniel Ricciardo left. They were forced to change drivers when it really wasn't working with Gasly and Albon. Like they've been kind of pushed into that. Ferrari similar. They like were forced to change drivers when Vettel sort of started to not toe the party line, and they needed a bit of a change when Vettel wasn't quite working. Alonso. Like, there's been so many Ferrari drivers that just had to go. But Mercedes haven't had that. Mercedes have had a very, very solid core of drivers over the last 10 years. So you've got to hand it to Toto Wolff. He's done well at, like, recruiting in that sense. Lewis Hamilton, though, in 2022, I don't know whether it was just because the Mercedes car didn't deliver straight off the bat, and he kind of lost a little bit of momentum. But he looks so much hungrier in 2023. I don't know what it is about him. There's something about his demeanor. Like, even just watching this episode, you can see that he's just not quite at that level. Whereas if you look at some of the interviews he's had for 2023 already, he just feels hungry. He just feels ready. Like he wants it more than ever before. And that entices me when it comes to Mercedes, you know. Because Lewis Hamilton really clicked into gear at the second half of 2022, which I'm sure they'll get to. But I feel like this could be something a little bit special from Lewis Hamilton again in 2023. Maybe not, you know, title worthy if the Mercedes isn't there, but it just feels like Hamilton in 2023 compared to this Hamilton in 2022. There's something there. There's something mentally that's kind of clicked back in for him. I do like this Mercedes episode, but I do wish we weren't at Bahrain again for the first 8 minutes of this episode, 7 minutes of this episode as well. Like, we haven't actually seen a Grand Prix other than Bahrain and preseason testing at this point. We're, you know, 2 episodes into the season. Hey, the first look at Sebastian Vettel at any point, apart from when he was talking smack about the Mercedes car. I love how they're like showing this as if everyone's really struggling. Now, this is standard for testing. Like the drivers don't feel the car yet because there's so much setup to change. Oh, they get into the porpoising thing. Oh, yeah. That makes sense now. Thought they were trying to build this narrative of like nobody was confident about their car, but no, they're. Somebody say porpoising. That's the word. The word. Little did they know. They can't start the Grand Prix like this. How about the first 5 to 7 Grand Prix? What was it, Azerbaijan? They like really started to step in. It does look like it would really hurt, like top of your neck, bottom of your back, like the compression. Sergio Perez has finally said it. He said it. That's a Drive to Survive bingo. Said porpoising. Tick that one off. It did take a very long time to get on top of porpoising, though. Considering, like, it was heavy towards the beginning of the season. Oh, Andrea Seidel and Andrea Stella there. Little nod towards the end of the season. I wonder if they'll talk about any of that. I suppose it was after the season. So maybe that'll be like right at the beginning of Drive to Survive season 6. They'll be like, remember when all the team bosses switched around? During the winter? That'd be a good way to start the next series, I guess, as opposed to having it at the end of this season, because it's a bit too late, right? Because it happened over the winter. Again, we're still at Bahrain. We're still at Bahrain. Hello, Demon Squid, mate. It just feels like there's a lot of storyline to cover. And we're still in Bahrain. You know what I mean? I know there's another 8 episodes. Don't get me wrong. There's another 8 episodes. Feels like there's a lot to cover, though, in those 8 episodes. And we're still watching pre-season testing of a Bahrain race that we just saw the result of. Ever thought about playing Trackmania? I definitely would if I had... is it on PlayStation? I don't think it is it? I really want to play some, like, games. But a lot of the games I want to play are on Steam. And I can't stream and play Steam. So I'm saving up for a laptop. So I'll be able to stream and play games at the same time. That's like, it's next on the list. Next on the list. Angela. Hamilton really uncomfortable. I know we saw him after Azerbaijan like crumpled and trying to like eke himself out of the car, but even here he looks like he's struggling with his lower back. James Vowles. There's been a little nods to some team principles in this episode. Scathing from Toto Wolff. He was very negative towards the beginning of the season, though. Hey, a different race, not Bahrain. We head to Imola. The 4th race of the season. Seems weird that we skipped over like Sergio Perez's pole position. That was quite big. And also the double DNF for Red Bull again in Australia. But I guess like we're not doing this in chronological order. We're focusing on Mercedes. Mercedes and Imola were bad. They was just stuck behind Pierre Gasly for the entire ground. Oh, this is literally what it is. Lewis Hamilton just staring at the back of Pierre Gasly's car. Lapped by Max Verstappen. Toto Wolff dead in the eyes. It did feel like when it rained, it poured for Lewis Hamilton and Mercedes this season. Lewis, like, oh yeah, in Spain when Lewis was like, nah, let's just sack it in, lads. I just can't be bothered. You're like, Lewis, we feel like we can still get points here if you don't mind sort of finishing the race in some capacity. Even Lewis was like, nah, just sack it off. Sack it off, lads. Hamilton's like first 10 races of the season. You forget this, right? Because Lewis Hamilton ended up coming second so much in the second half of the season. These first like 7, 8 races for Lewis Hamilton were trash. Like they were so awful. I mean, they were still over 100 points ahead of basically everyone other than McLaren. They weren't dead and buried, but I suppose from a Mercedes standard standpoint, that was the one. Here you go. Here's Azerbaijan. The one where it kind of comes to fruition. They're like, you know what? Let's actually change this. We need something to change here. Love that. Something new for Toto, new for Lewis. George is used to this. George is used to being at the back, to be fair, and he bless him. Poor George. Wow. Poor George. He's there early. Where's Lewis? Excuse me, George. Where's your dad? Because he's better. He's cooler than you. He's 7-time world champion. God, I feel for Lewis, to be fair. Like, he's got so many people that are dependent on him now. He's built up such a fan base in Formula One, such a reputation for winning as well. He does feel like he genuinely feels for the fans a lot of the time. Whether he does or whether he doesn't, we'll never know. But like, Elias says the right things and does the right things when he comes across and talks about fans and talks about the interaction that he has with the people that he calls his fans. Fifth is par. Cool. That is tough, isn't it? For George Russell. Fifth is par. I feel like Toto Wolff is the perfect boss for Mercedes, though. I know it's easy to say. They've been so successful. But the way that he talks and the way that he talks about the situation, I think that's another thing that just gives me kind of a feeling that Mercedes are going to do well in 2023. I know it's quite cliche to be like, they've won loads before, so they'll win again. It doesn't always happen like that. Ferrari were incredibly good with Michael Schumacher, and they've fallen off a cliff. They haven't won anything since 2007. You know, you've got Red Bull looked so incredibly good with Sebastian Vettel, and then hadn't won anything when Mercedes came along, just smashed them for 7 years in a row. Like, there is always changes like this, but it just feels like Toto Wolff is the kind of guy that could make it work, could get this to click. And he says the right things at the right time. Basically, I'm saying if I worked for Toto Wolff, I'd be so motivated 24/7. I'd be so motivated to do everything that Toto Wolff wanted me to do. I feel like I need a Toto Wolff. Like if I had someone at Toto Wolff at my work, I'd just be there every single minute of every day. I'd be thriving for it. You don't get characters like that very often. It's tough. Lewis Hamilton again staring at the back of an Alpha Tower is a very, very funny cliche that they've got from this couple of races that they're kind of focusing on in this episode, right? Oh, the bouncing in Azerbaijan. Not looking good. Verstappen another win. They didn't. Well, I suppose they're focusing on the Mercedes aspect of this, so I have to say that I have to stop saying they didn't mention stuff because I also from the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, right? We got the double Ferrari DNF. They didn't touch them. I don't know how I stand on that quote because that quote went around quite a bit, right? The whole like it's a shitbox to drive, and it feels like Toto Wolff kind of blaming the setup and blaming the team. But also then he does say, like he always says that the buck stops with him, right? He always says that he's first when there isn't performance, when there isn't the car that they want, when they're not doing what they want them to do. Do you think if like it was anyone else other than Lewis Hamilton, it would have been as big of a story? Know what I mean? Like let's say Alex Albon, like well respected driver, did really well in 2022. Well respected amongst the grid, really likable character, Alex Albon, right? Let's say he gets out of the car, and instead of Lewis Hamilton, it's Alex Albon, like, yeah, worst race I've ever had, really hurt my back, really hurting. Do you think it's taken as kind of seriously? Do you think it's pushed in the same way? I'm not so sure, you know. Feels like because it was Lewis Hamilton, it kind of had that extra emphasis to it. Ooh, going for the Hamilton will leave Formula One thing. That is true. I suppose they try and go for Lando, right? Lando's the first option for Mercedes. George Russell Lando's quite a cheeky little partnership as well, though, to be fair. I do like that as a pairing. I could see that working. The little team principal meeting. Good Steiner would definitely be the one that gets told off, wouldn't he? Love it. Ross Brawn there as well. Toto loves an email. I've sent you an email. Christian and Toto. Come on. Love it. A little wink from Christian. These two, man. Someone get these two like a Jerry Springer type show. Toto Wolff and Christian Horner is so good. So good. Like they just wind each other up and it's so funny. Christian Horner knows exactly what he's doing there as well. I do like that. I do like that. Love a little bit of shithousery from the team principals. Yeah, it was a little bit irrational. It was a little bit rash from Toto Wolff, but the passion was there, right? It was just he was a little bit wound up. It got a little bit tight, and he just went. He just went. Oh, this is biting talk from Christian Horner. Start to see cracks in Mercedes or in Toto Wolff. Who's he pointing the finger at there? The updates. Big updates. I think we forget about the human aspect of Formula One a lot of the time. I'm glad that they've shown a little bit of the factory here. It's just people doing their job at the end of the day. Maybe this lad's having a bad day. Maybe this lad's just, just had a baby and he's hasn't slept all night. Sometimes things happen in teams that you can't control. You got to say that it did work. They did get better. Have they got better enough over the winter break for 2023? Yet to be seen. But over 2022, they did get better. The drip from Lewis Hamilton. I just couldn't wear that. George Russell naked, of course. Hey, Lawrence Stroll. We still haven't seen Aston Martin at all, it feels like. Seen like Sebastian Vettel twice. Considering Aston Martin were talked about so much heading into 2022, we haven't seen them at all. But then we haven't seen Alpine yet, really. We haven't seen McLaren yet too much either. We're focused in on the first two episodes very heavily on a couple of teams. Ferrari, Haas, now Mercedes. So maybe it's kind of going to follow this kind of pattern a bit. Georgie Russell. Those Mercedes jackets are nice. Might get myself one of those. Mercedes do just have the best team gear, don't they? I know it's Tommy Hilfiger, and I know Hamilton brings that to the team, but it is just also the nicest stuff. The race. Silverstone. Charles Leclerc bottles it. Well, Ferrari bottle it. Charles Leclerc misses out. Carlos Sainz, though. We're going to see Carlos absolutely smash it. Oh, I forgot. Why did I forget that? Why did I forget that George Russell doesn't finish this Grand Prix? I don't know why that didn't click in my head until just then. Obviously, they've just shown Zhou Guanyu. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute idiot. I was just thinking of Lewis Hamilton in this Grand Prix and that double overtake. I was like, this is good for Mercedes. Silverstone was good. It was not good. It was not good. Oh, I'm an idiot. I wonder if they'll talk to George about that incident. The fact that he got out of the car and then wasn't able to continue, even though he thought he should be allowed to. Obviously, it was weird circumstances. Tom Cruise. Five red lights. I don't even know if I want to watch it again. Like, even knowing Joe's fine, still a difficult watch. So, like, he just shuffles over. Yeah. It is George Russell's fault at the end of the day as well. Oh, even now it makes me cringe. The fact that his helmet, the roll hoop, is just all over. The way it hits the fence. Ah, it makes me shudder. The fact that he is absolutely fine, though, just shows you, like, an incredible amount of respect to the guys that work on the safety in Formula One. Can we take a moment to just, like, applaud the guys that work on the safety features on these Formula One cars? That is crazy. It did take a few, didn't it? Yuki, Albon, Ocon. Oh, it just made me cringe. Yeah, exactly. The realization of why they mentioned Joe was like, oh yeah. God, they're zooming in heavily on it. I know that Drive to Survive like to dramatize crashes. They did the same with Romain Grosjean's a couple of seasons ago. But like, come on, he's fine. Like, let us know he's okay. You know what I mean? And they're kind of egging this a little bit. If they if someone were to actually be injured from a crash, do you think they'd dramatize it in the same way? Because like they knew that Joe was okay, they knew that Grosjean was okay. Like if someone actually got injured, surely they wouldn't be able to get away with this. I wonder what you're like supposed to do as a driver. I suppose take your hands off the steering wheel, right? You're supposed to like kind of hold yourself in a little bit. Like, it does make you wonder what Joe did, because he seemed absolutely fine. Like he was taken on a stretcher, taken in the ambulance as they're showing, but like he came back fairly swiftly. Didn't look too scathed in any way whatsoever. Which one is down to the car, obviously, but two, I like wonder what he did inside of the car to kind of brace himself in that way. Feels harsh, to be fair. Hmm. It seems a little bit weird. It seemed a little odd at the time, but then I guess at like someone's gonna lose and someone's gonna win, whatever they do when they're resetting the race like this. Fine talk from George Russell. I like it. I do again. I like the way George Russell speaks. I think he fits well in that Mercedes ethos. Obviously, he's media trained to within an inch of his life, but the way he does put himself across is always quite decisive. Hamilton versus Lando. The fluoro helmet gang. Hamilton does it. I do hope they show this double overtake from Hamilton, even though he lost the positions like the next couple of corners. It was still a beautiful little overtake. It's mad how like much Silverstone dislike Hamilton. I dislike Verstappen because of the whole Hamilton stuff last season. Hamilton did get quite unlucky over the course of 2022 that he never won a race, didn't he? This did feel like one. Esteban Ocon didn't stop anywhere near as much as Fernando Alonso, but did stop in Silverstone. Hamilton not sure of the tyres. This was a weird one, to be fair. Because Leclerc didn't pit. And to be fair, Leclerc then dropped a few positions. Perez all over the back Hamilton, remember? Hamilton does get past Perez again, though. And Leclerc at the same time. But can't keep it. All over the back of Perez. This was a great race too, to be fair. This was like top 3, wasn't it? A lot of people say like this or Brazil was the best race of the season. Inside Lewis Hamilton there. But then Perez just so quick in a straight line, that Red Bull, wasn't it? So close to touching between those two. Would I have preferred Hamilton to win this race than Sainz? I'm not sure I would, you know. I do really enjoy the fact that Carlos Sainz got his first win in Formula One. This must have been one of the only races that we had one Ferrari, one Red Bull, one Mercedes on the podium, though. Ten years, yeah. Did feel very Wolf of Wall Street, that. felt very Jordan Belfort of Lewis Hamilton there in front of the Silverstone crowd. He's staying. He's not leaving. Ooh, okay. I mean, he has said, to be fair, even though they've got 1 year left for 2023, that they're basically done in their idea for moving into 2024 and what they want from Lewis and from George. So I can't see the Mercedes partnership and the Mercedes driver lineup kind of changing anytime soon. Oh, the Ferrari capitulation. They're starting like with the big teams here. They're starting with the, I suppose, like to get people in, you want to start with Mercedes, Ferrari. They're starting big. They are starting big. Hold up, hold up. Hold up, hold up. Episode 3 already. That flew by. That flew by for me anyway. Ba-dum. Is this going to be Ferrari then? Kind of hinted at that, didn't it? Let's see what driver they go to first. That'll give us a good indication of who we're at. I mean, it's Miami. And it's Ferrari. There you go. Charles Leclerc. I like the fighting talk from Charles Leclerc. Carlos Sainz. They're not actors, bless them. They're not actors. They got a lot of personality, but they're not actors. Have to remember that. This was a bit mad, wasn't it? The Miami opening. Like, imagine what the Las Vegas one is going to be like this season. It's just going to be insane, isn't it? You thought the Miami one was big. I imagine they're going to do exactly the same thing again in Miami this season. And then it's going to be all over again. It's going to be like just insanity. Yeah, Carlos Sainz is he's not getting an Oscar anytime soon, bless him. But he tried. He tried. He's not Leonardo DiCaprio, is he? Oh, the DNF. They are. Yeah, I think this is going to be kind of Ferrari, the meltdown. It's weird that they started in Miami though. They're not going to mention Imola. That was a pretty big incident. Azerbaijan. Oh wait, was Miami before Azerbaijan? I actually can't remember. When was Miami? Yeah, Miami was before Azerbaijan. Okay, maybe it's starting in Miami with Ferrari. I suppose Spain, yeah. Spain, they had the issue. Then Monaco. Then Azerbaijan. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you started Miami with Ferrari. It was still looking very positive in Miami. 5th race of the season, wasn't it? And then it kind of dropped very quickly over the next 3 or 4 races. Dropped like a stone very, very fast. And by the time they got to Canada, Charles Leclerc was starting at the back of the grid. So was a long time before Ferrari looked positive again after Miami, wasn't it? Matter of principle. Oh, are they going to talk about Matteo Binotto leaving, maybe? A matter of principle. The fake water. Oh, Miami, Miami, Miami. How you delivered and how it was so incredibly cringe. What? This isn't Breaking America. Austin exists. I love that people have just been like, Formula One has only just become a really good thing in America, really big thing in America. It's like Austin, that Austin filled every single year. It's become bigger in America, but like, just feel bad for Austin. Roman Grosjean back with the Haas boys. Danny Rick in Miami. I'm waiting for the Danny Rick episode as well. It's gonna be a tough watch from the McLaren faithful. I do feel sorry for the drivers, man. Just so many cameras in their faces all of the time. That man didn't even ask. Just walked up with a camera in Charles Leclerc's, like, basically as close to Charles Leclerc's face as he could possibly get it. It's like, look, it's Charles Leclerc. Jeez Louise. The Ferrari Pope. It will be interesting to see, though, because obviously all of the Formula One fans that have joined in this kind of American era, Drive to Survive era, like Ferrari are talked about in this like incredibly high regard, right? Ferrari are talked about as this like leading franchise in Formula One. I suppose they did win a few races in 2022, but like if you actually look at the championships and you look at the seasons that these Drive to Survive fans will have watched, Ferrari haven't been amazing. Like Ferrari is a bit of a like legend at this point. It's a bit like, you know, when I, especially it gives me kind of Williams vibes a little bit. Obviously not to that level, but when if you told a Drive to Survive fan that like Williams used to be untouchable, like literally the best car by a country mile, they'd be like, no, they did not. No, they did not. Nicholas Latifi used to be winning races. And you're like, well, no, like a few years before that. Quite a few years before that, but championship leader Charles Leclerc. Remember the days. Does Caitlyn Jenner know who she's talking to? It's so nice to see Ferrari doing well. It's great for the sport, isn't it? Literally, Christian Horner, Red Bull, second in the championship. Like, excuse me? Oh, this was so cringe. I don't even remember who sang the national anthem. It was bad. And I feel bad that they've put it in the Drive to Survive episode 2. Because it's still not good. Ross Broad's face tells you everything you need to know. He's just like, not sure about this one, lads. Not sure about this one at all. Oh, Lando gets taken out in this race, so not even worth watching. Literally my two favourite drivers, Gasly and Lando, collide in this Grand Prix. We're spending 10 minutes of the first episode on Miami. Not the one I wanted to watch. Oh yeah, Sergio Perez was under pressure at this point in the season to deliver a bit as well, wasn't he? Well, for Red Bull, we're under pressure to deliver a little bit at this point in the season, but Sergio Perez was still fighting for that contract at this point. Whereas obviously Monaco clicked in, contract done, signed, sealed, delivered. Oh, well. Oh, well. I mean, you weren't wrong. At this point, Ferrari were still heavy favourites for this championship because Red Bull was still trying to find consistency. They were still trying to find a little bit of a rhythm with this season and era. Ooh. Harsh from Christian Horner, though. He's there to back Charles. Sounds like a second driver, if you ask me. Mm. Oh, yeah. Charles Leclerc undoubtedly has potential to be a world champion. Whether he's got it right now, I would argue maybe not. But he's definitely within the realms of winning a world championship at some point in his career. He's got everything he needs there. It's just kind of packaging it in the correct way for that season that he needs to click in for him. It's a lot of pressure on Carlos, wasn't it? Gets away pretty well, does Carlos, but Max was always gonna go for it, wasn't he? Just ushers him out into turn 2. I don't really know if there was much Carlos Sainz could have done about that, though. He was literally alongside him, and then Max Verstappen just kind of ushers him away from the corner. And then turn 2, you go back in on yourself. So if you're on the outside of 1, you're on the inside of 2. Red Bull at this point as well just looks so quick on the straights. It was weird. Like this point of the season, Red Bull just looks so dominant in a straight line. They weren't that quick in comparison to the rest of the field, like in a straight line later on in the season. I feel like they kind of edged their package a little bit more to being kind of an all-round. But early season, Red Bull in a straight line were just so much quicker than everyone else. 0.9. Or, yep, there's the collision. Lando and Gasly. Not nice. Not nice. I can't really remember who got blamed for that. It was Gasly, wasn't it? I think Gasly comes across. Well explained by Will there. True facts. Can't predict everything. Very impressive. I do enjoy the Red Bull pit stops. They're just so slick. They're so clean. Both Ferraris stayed out. Absolutely mental, wasn't it? That both of them stayed out. They should have, like, changed. Oh, yeah, this was the start of the end for Ferrari, wasn't it? Ferrari stay out on old hard compound tires. Don't cover. Sainz, absolute sitting duck. So silly. Ooh. They overshot from Perez there. Sainz. Sainz just dropped off. Yeah, I just... Who on the Ferrari team thought that was a good idea? Like, how and who? Surely Ferrari no. Because they fired Matteo Binotto, I think quite harshly, but whoever made that decision surely needs a looking at. Quick talking to. This was just like the start of the end for Ferrari and the beginning of Max Verstappen, wasn't it? I know this wasn't where Max Verstappen goes on his mental run. This was like that was a little bit later on in the season, but this definitely felt like a turning point. Even with Charles Leclerc finishing second, it felt like a weird turning point. If you actually think about it, Charles Leclerc still finished second. Grand Prix, like, it wasn't dead and buried. He was still top of the championship. It just felt like This Miami Grand Prix was a little bit different. Yeah, after 2 DNFs, Ferrari really needed to take initiative on that, didn't they? Something to learn, but they didn't really learn, did they? Ferrari didn't really seem like they adapted at any point in the season. I guess we're going to see that over the next kind of 20 minutes of this episode. But Ferrari really just didn't feel like they acknowledged the errors that they had made in their decisions. Still a healthy lead in the championship, though. 19 points. Monaco. Sainz gets it right. Charles Leclerc left in the dead behind him. Oh, this was so bad. Perez wins. It's so tricky with Matteo Binotto. I truly believe that he was the right man for the job. I truly believe that Matteo Binotto could lead Ferrari to a championship. I think he does have that capability in him. But he just... It's just so frustrating that he doesn't accept... Or he accepts responsibility, but in a weird way. He doesn't accept responsibility, like, fully. He kind of just says, oh, it's a learning point. Oh, it's something. Like, this is where I maybe prefer Toto Wolff. When Toto Wolff just holds his hands up and goes, I fucked it. We need to change, right? Matteo Binotto's like, yes, we're learning from this. We'll adapt from this. Nah, just have some bite. Canada was also terrible. Another win for Verstappen. Yeah, this was it, wasn't it? Up until the summer break, just dropped. Yeah, it was over at that point, wasn't it? Verstappen with a 49-point lead. Done and dusted. It's nice to see that Carlando still exists outside the track. I feel like this should be more of a sport in the UK. The whole like paddleball. Because tennis is nice, but tennis just is stressful. It's just looks like a slower pace, kind of nicer paced tennis. A little bit more control, a little bit more, back and forth. Not sure it was Carlos Sainz's time, if I'm honest. Not sure. He got better. He did get better. He progressively got better over the course of the season. But I don't know if we can call it Carlos Sainz's time. I do love Carlos. Man, I wish him at I wish he would have stayed at McLaren for longer. Did love him. Love that. What's the forecast? It's raining. Look with your eyes. Do love that. Everybody on the intermediate tyres because the wet tyres effectively don't exist. No grip whatsoever, but not worth running the wet tyres in any scenario. The spin. There's Carlos. In the red. Ferrari's livery is always so nice, isn't it? P1. Had to wait an incredible amount of races. 150 races Carlos Sainz took place in before he could take a pole position. 150. Very, very impressed with Carlos Sainz. When he picked up that pole, then went on to win, then continued to kind of progress over the course of the season. Ooh. Did they? No. Oh, I thought he was going to say... I thought he was going to say, like, oh, if you're in first and Charles Leclerc's in second, you're going to have to let him past. Oh, my God. At least it wasn't that bad. Silverstone does have some great fans. Gotta hand it to you. I've been once. Silverstone was full of fans that just loved it. Oh, they nearly threw it away as well from there, didn't they? They're going to show the Joe crash again. I suppose it did have a big impact on Carlos. Verstappen takes the lead and then obviously the crash and it gets reset, doesn't it? Don't know if they needed to show the full crash again. Dramatic. I suppose it was the only like super big crash we had this season. Sainz desperate to start P1 again. The pressure all over again. It's a long time to sit in the car, though, if you're Carlos Sainz, isn't it? Like, try and really think about that mentality. But like to be in that headspace for like 15 minutes, kind of got in the car very early. $18 before Max Verstappen got into his car. So I mean, it's a heavy amount of like time for Carlos to be inside his own head. Impressive, if anything. He's able to like stay in that position, in that kind of headspace for so long. Second time's the charm. Yeah, it was. Oh, it was going to be Verstappen's race, wasn't it? Had it not been for that puncture problem. Let's not waste time, says Charles Leclerc. Clocks are ticking. Championships are calling. Yeah, this was an awkward one, wasn't it? Hello, Jamie, mate. This was a very awkward one. Charles Leclerc versus Carlos Sainz in the Ferraris. Just Carlos just being told to push every single lap and not really gaining too much lap time. Leclerc really did lose it, actually, now, kind of reflecting on this Silverstone Grand Prix, didn't he? Was not a happy bunny. They did hold off for a very, very long time on that swap. It's mad that they've done 2 episodes on effectively the same race. Like, they've done 2 episodes on Bahrain, or 1.5 episodes on Bahrain, 1.5 episodes on Silverstone, and like kind of mentioned Monaco along the way, kind of mentioned Azerbaijan, kind of mentioned Imola, but like generally speaking, we're 3 episodes in and we've seen like 2 Grand Prix really. Seems odd. It seems weird. Thank you, Jamie, mate. I appreciate that. Member for 7 months. That is a time. That is a time and a half. But thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. And congrats on 10K. Thank you again. Thank you so much. It was too late for Leclerc. So strange, wasn't it? When they didn't bring Leclerc in and brought Sainz in. They were like, here you go, Sainz. Have a run at Charles Leclerc on some fresh softs. Silence from Carlos Sainz. I think that's a no. I'll translate that for you guys. That's a no. Ooh. Heavy. Yeah. It'd have been so silly if they tried to, like, use Sainz to try and just push Hamilton backwards, because there was no way that Leclerc was going to be anywhere near quick enough for the amount of laps that were left as well. It would have been so silly. I think Sainz had to go for it straight off the bat. Interesting to see if they got any Any behind the scenes from that? The Carlos Sainz side of the garage, all smiles. Not too sure about the rest of the Ferrari team on the pit wall. Leclerc was a proper sitting duck on those hards, wasn't he? I like the ways. Again, we're watching the same thing again. Not sure. Not sure about the direction of this so far. Although I've enjoyed the fact that they've kind of gone for a team per episode approach. We've only seen the first half of the season as well, to be fair. Haven't seen anything post Silverstone, really. I suppose that's the thing, right? If you're leading a Grand Prix, it's your first Formula One win. You're just begging for the laps to disappear. Now, I feel like you're not really enjoying it. There's some people that would be like, "Oh, you'd be loving it, right? You'd be loving every single lap. You'd enjoying every." No, you'd tense. You'd just be worried that something's gonna go wrong. Love Carlos. Love Carlos. Love the fact he picked up his first win as well. Cool. Imagine if Carlos and Fernando were in the same team together. That would be something a little bit special, wouldn't it? Double Spaniard. That was quite kind from Leclerc on the radio to be like, enjoy the victory. It felt loaded, but at least he said it. And then obviously we got Matteo Binotto having a chat to Leclerc as well. So many starts for Carlos Sainz as well. I'm glad Carlos Sainz got a win. I feel like if Carlos Sainz would have been one of those drivers that like got to the end of his career without a Formula One victory, it would have been a really sad way for it to be. I know that he's still got a very long time in Formula One left, but you know what I mean? It'd have been one of those stories, and it'd have been one of those things that kind of like crept around with him. Would go against, like, people would always mention it, be like, oh, let's debate how good Carlos Sainz was, and people are like, he didn't win a race. I'm so glad he got that win. Everybody firing shots at Matteo Binotto. I feel like that is a fair assessment. Like both of those drivers do. I feel like Charles Leclerc is in a better position, obviously, to win a championship, and more people will say, "Oh, Charles Leclerc kind of has what it takes to win a championship more so than Carlos." But I don't know about that. I feel like if Carlos really was delivered a car that suited him nicely, he'd be there. Ooh, the Mick Schumacher episode coming up. It's going to be Monaco, going to be Azerbaijan. No, Saudi Arabia. Ooh. It's coming up. It's coming up. Next episode, please. Keep the ball rolling. Keep me entertained. Dun, 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 dun. 4. Nice. And then. Ba-dum. Every episode. Ba-dum. Like father, like son. I should have known. Back in Bahrain. Good for Steiner. I love him. For 2 points, I'd have fucked the whole paddock. Ginta. I love him. Just love him. Look at him. Majestic. It's rare to see Gimba Steiner properly happy in it. Like, properly happy. Yeah, it's going to be an awkward one, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the first one where I really. Because I don't know. I'm 50-50 on the decision to get rid of Mick Schumacher. I really am. I just feel like if you're going to move from Mick Schumacher to somebody else, Nico Hulkenberg just feels so unexciting, unenthusiastic from Haas. I can completely understand why, but also just feels like it's a step sideways at the absolute best. It's never a step forward. Because you just don't have that ability to know that Nico Hulkenberg is going to be there for the foreseeable future, right? You've maybe got 2 seasons, 3 seasons out of Nico Hulkenberg at the absolute best. There's no way he's sticking around for the next 10. Whereas Mick Schumacher could have been that like next driver to build around. Don't like that some episodes are 49 minutes, some are 32. I feel like they just like, they ran out of time a little bit. They were like, let's try and make this episode work. And then they were like, oh, it doesn't really work. Let's just shorten it. It does. It just feels like Gunther Steiner and Kevin Magnussen are like best friends. They're like little best friends. They're like, me and Gunther, we're best friends together. And then it just feels like Mick. Mick's the other driver over there. Other driver. You're not Mick. You're not Kevin, sorry. H. Kovacs, mate. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. I feel like I'm saying that wrong. Classic Max Verstappen, like, everyone gets compared to their dad, me included. Could you see Mick at Red Bull? Mick and Max could be like a nice little duo. Because I feel like it's very difficult to replace Sergio Perez, but they have to eventually, right? They have to find someone who they can maneuver into that second seat to replace Sergio Perez. Mick Schumacher, maybe not a terrible shout. If he can get back into a car for 2024, maybe a couple of seasons, does something a little bit impressive over the course of those seasons. Mick Schumacher's not the worst shout in the world, I wouldn't say, for that Red Bull seat. You're the perfect TV personality. He is the perfect TV personality. As I said, he's the main character. Gunther Steiner is the main character of Drive to Survive. Mick Schumacher just divides opinion in so many ways, doesn't he? So many ways that he divides opinion. It's a shame. But I kind of understand it at the same time. It makes me do this. Because I just don't know. I just don't know. Perez might start getting angry at Verstappen's attitude. Leave at the end of the season. Ooh. If Perez leaves at the end of the season, Red Bull are in a very tricky spot. There's not really many drivers that they could go for in 2024. It would be a tricky time. Like, do you get Daniel Ricciardo back in? Remember, Daniel Ricciardo did leave the team because he didn't want to be a number 2 to Verstappen. Maybe he's kind of accepted that now and will be a number 2 to Verstappen. I would just accept that now. Maybe Yuki Tsunoda has a really good 2023. I don't know if there's many drivers that Red Bull would have like ready to go if Sergio Perez left at the end of this season. Cool. Yeah. It was such a big crash. When I said Joe's crash was the only like major crash of the season, I was wrong. This crash was also very, very big. But I suppose it was under different conditions. Like we could kind of see that Mick was okay straight away here, right? We could see Mick in the car and he was fine. Whereas Joe, the crash that we saw in the last couple of episodes, was different because we didn't know if he was going to be in the same way. Again, Drive to Survive love to dramatize a crash. I love dramatizing a crash. God, that Haas car just literally smashing in half. Oh, mamma mia. Getting in over his head. Even Gene doesn't really seem to like Mick very much. Again, though, I do feel sorry for Mick. Oh, yeah, he did hit into Vettel in Miami. Mm. At least Kevin Magnussen was on his side. Poor Mick. Mm. Just bottomed out, man. Bottomed out. Here's the spin. Yep. I think that was it. That was the moment. They just showed Kevin Magnussen just like, I tried. I talked to Gunther. I said you were good. I can't anymore. That's the thing. Just couldn't afford to have Mick Schumacher, basically, is what they're thinking. I think it was there. It was Monaco, wasn't it? I remember making a video just after the Monaco Grand Prix being like, feels like a big point in the season for Haas and Mick Schumacher, that one. Just feels like that is like the point where they're going to be like, no, we can't do this anymore. Ooh. Gene and Gunter. Harsh. Harsh criticism. God. Barbecuing Gunter Steiner. Gunther Steiner lives in a cartoon. How does he have a dog that also like steals sausages? What is this? Mick was wrong place, wrong time pass. Yeah, exactly. They just needed a driver that was more consistent. I feel like Ethan Gunther Steiner's wife knows that he's like just a walking cartoon character. I feel like that's the best way to describe Gunther Steiner. Literally, he lives his life like he is a cartoon character. Like, it feels like Drive to Survive was made for Gunther Steiner. I feel like I've said that about 20 times. We've only watched 4 episodes. Like, he's just so entertaining. I love that Joey Wang Yu's so into the sim racing stuff as well, man. I feel like that does actually help. I know that Verstappen's like, nah, I can't be bothered. Verstappen doesn't even do track walks, does he? He's just like, nah, I can't be bothered. But I feel like for someone like Joe coming into Formula One for the first time, the fact that he was so into the sim stuff, I think does really, really help. Because some drivers absolutely hate doing sim work. I mean, I think showing them dropping from 3rd to 8th, considering like the Bahrain Grand Prix was a bit of a mess. Like the fact they were 3rd was just because the Red Bulls dropped out. I think that's a little bit of an exaggeration of where Haas were really going to end up in the season, wasn't it? I don't think you can be like, they were 3rd. They're probably going to finish 3rd. No, don't think so. Not sure you can run that. You could get rid of him if you wanted to. Ouch. I mean, we know he did. Or see, this is what I mean. Already were people were talking about Mick's replacement. What are we, Monaco, 7 races into the season? It's a bit mad, isn't it? Like that pressure was there straight away. And we almost knew, I think at this point we almost knew it was happening. Like it didn't feel like a surprise when they got rid of Mick Schumacher at the end of the season, did it? Or like obviously they announced it well before the end of the season, but it didn't feel like a surprise. It felt like it was kind of building to it as early as Azerbaijan. It was kind of the start of the end. Animated series of Gumperstein. Yeah, Haas would actually make some incredible money. I feel like Haas must get paid more. So, like, obviously, Drive to Survive have to pay the drivers and pay the teams for access. I feel like they must pay Haas a handsome amount because the insight that they get from the Haas team, like they've literally got phone calls between Gunther Steiner and Gene Haas. You would not see that with any other team. Like, all right, in the Mercedes episode, we had a few interviews with Toto Wolff. We didn't have literal phone calls between the team principal and the team owner. That's mental. I felt good for Mick after Azerbaijan. Because it was like, okay, he crashed in Baku. I keep saying he crashed in Saudi Arabia. He'd crashed in Miami. He'd crashed in Monaco. But then in Azerbaijan, he had a really solid, just clean race. It was slow. Don't get me wrong. It was terribly, terribly slow. But it was just solid. Very, very solid. And I feel like that's what he needed. But then it never quite got to the point where he could build on it. Like Canada Silverstone was like the turning point, it felt. And then it never quite got back to that kind of turning point place. Strong start, but a slow race for Mick Schumacher overall, really, wasn't it? He was playing it incredibly safe, but for good reason. Again, I don't think we should take away from Mick Schumacher just getting around Baku. He played it incredibly safe, but that was what he needed at the time. Very much needed this at the time. The problem is Kevin Magnussen is also having an absolute flyer of a race. Ouch. God, the Ferrari engine was just so bloody annoying, wasn't it? Magnussen out, but Schumacher miles behind. – 17 seconds. Ugh. I'm not sure you can get away with that, Mick. Oh, good for Steiner, my man, my man. He's going so slow, he doesn't need to brake. Goodness me. Anyone I've been really impressed with in preseason? Not as of yet. I'm gonna kind of leave it until the third day, and then I haven't been able to catch too much of preseason just because it's been a Thursday and a Friday, and I work all of those days, like full days. So I haven't been able to catch too much of it, unfortunately, as of yet. Günther Steiner, just so dry as a human being. Wow. Ooh, I was quite positive about Mick after Baku. They were not. I just thought it was a nice reset for him in the season. But Clearly, the Haas team did not think the same. There was enough drama to allow them to not to fabricate too much. Yeah, that's fair. There's a lot happening in this 2023 season, isn't there? 2022 season. I'm so in the 2023 mindset. Just ready for it. It's a lot of pressure, though, isn't it? Being called Schumacher. It's not his fault. The problem is, it's not his fault. And like, people will always just point to the fact that he was given the best opportunity to get into Formula One, but he still had to do it. He still had to prove that he was good enough. A lot of the drivers weren't featured. Yeah, that's how I feel so far at the minute. Feels like it's been very focused on a few like, so far we've seen Haas, then Ferrari, then a whole episode on Mercedes, then a whole episode on Ferrari, and now another episode on Haas. So we've seen 3 teams over the course of 4 episodes, and we've only really seen like 4 Grand Prix that are properly kind of delved into. Seen Bahrain a lot. We've seen Silverstone a lot. I also like that Christian Horner is a good like comic relief character in this for some reason. They just cut to him every now and then, and he's just like, he's either being told off by Toto Wolff, or he's just being dissed by some children. This is going to be Silverstone as well, isn't it? Because that's when he picked up his points. God, Silverstone really was the only race we needed to watch in 2022, wasn't it? It just delivered. All of the storylines were covered in Silverstone. Wow. It's interesting that they were already, Kevin and Gunther already discussing it this early in the season. It actually was. It was Monaco that was the turning point. Like, by the UK, they already are discussing it between Kevin and Gunther. They've kind of skipped over Canada, though, where Mick had an incredible qualifying. I mean, Kevin did as well. They locked out the 3rd row in Canada. Maybe Netflix weren't in Canada, because they kind of skipped over that one a bit without really mentioning the fact that that was very impressive from both of the Haas drivers, including Mick. Bang. Are they going to show the Joe crash again? Yep. 3rd episode in a row, we've had the Joe crash. Jeez Louise. Seems a bit weird that they've left out Canada in an episode about Mick Schumacher's first half of the season, where Canada was his best qualifying of the entire year. Seems odd to me. Just seems like a big oversight. But then I guess if you're not in Canada to record, what are you going to do? Can't make up footage from nowhere. I think you could mention it though. Just a little mention. Little mensch. I'm glad that we're going to end this episode with Mick at least getting some points. Imagine if Mick would have gone to Alpine, man. That would have been mental. Because he did have a bad... He didn't have a great season. Yeah, the Joe crash, they've showed a lot. I know that it was like the highest profile crash of the year, probably. But like, there's a lot of the rest of the season that, happened. Poor Mick. I guess there's going to be another episode about his leaving of the team. Although they've heavily hinted at it in this episode. I'm glad that we did get a little bit of insight, though, into Mick and into Mick Schumacher's season and kind of how he felt, at least, about his season. Like the fact that he also kind of understood the pressure that was on him. He understood that he needed to deliver. He understood what was expected from him and that he wasn't quite there, you know what I mean? Like that shows a positive mentality. At least it's not like... Can you remember the Mazepin episode from last season where Mazepin was like also the same kind of thing? It was like, okay, I've got this goal of Mick Schumacher to try and hit. I've got this goal with Haas to try and hit. But instead he'd blame everyone else. At least Mick Schumacher like knew in himself that he had that pressure on him and he was the one that needed to deliver. Ricciardo and Schumacher. Yeah, I suppose from the team's perspective, like, Mick Schumacher, he did have to go. He did have to go. But I feel like he had to go if you could get a driver that was better, but also, like, you could build off. Hulkenberg to me is just so uninspiring. So uninspiring as a signing. Just feel like they get nothing out of... They get consistency out of Hulkenberg for like 2 seasons, maybe 3, and then what? You just have to rebuild all over again. Then you're looking for another driver a bit like Mick Schumacher, like of that kind of age, right? Mick Schumacher's going to be the right kind of age for Haas at that point. Nah, no worries, man. Let it flow. Let it flow. Schumacher all over the back of Vettel. Miami 2.0? No. Gets in front of him, picks up points. Schumacher, best driver on the grid. But still loses his seat. This was a nice little battle that they had, to be fair. The Verstappen-Schumacher battle. I feel like Mick Schumacher did have another, like, 2-3 laps. He could have done it. This is where he felt like just lacked that little bit of experience on the like wheel to wheel battling, right? Just kind of bumped. Gundensteiner as positive as ever. True. Gundensteiner is just praying he gets to the end of the Grand Prix. If Mick Schumacher would have crashed into Max Verstappen then, to be fair, I think he'd have just been out of the team then and there. He'd been like, nope, summer break, you're gone. Screw it. But instead, picks up some points, all smiles, but still, just too little, too late. Too little, too late, unfortunately, for Mick. I'm glad he got points, though. Like, if Mick Schumacher does never get back into Formula 1, at least he's not one of those drivers that never picked up points. You know what I mean? Like, he's one of those drivers that can say that he finished in the top 10, picked up some points over the course of the season. Drive to Survive focused a lot on the American races. Yeah, that's true. We had Miami so far. Austin, though, in the second half of the season was quite a big race. There was lots of incidents. Sainz getting taken out by George. George kind of becoming a little bit of a villain more so. People. But this is a lovely moment, though. The fact that Mick gets to have those points, be with the team, the Haas guys get to celebrate. Even though he didn't stay with the team overall, they still get to have these moments. I'm looking forward to the Haas Brazil poll. That's surely got to be in this. Haas have been their favourite team for in Drive to Survive for years. Surely they're going to be the big Brazil poll moment. Not sure he's going to be fighting with Max anytime soon, but I like the optimism. Ooh. Ooh. Gunther. Yeah, come on. Come on then, the Alpine episode. Yes. Yes. Deliver it to me on a platter. Yes, please. I'm not excited to see Danny Rick and kind of the problems with Danny Rick, but I am excited to see what happened behind the scenes at Alpine. Specifically the Twitter situation, if they show any of that, where they announced Oscar Piastri as their driver. Oh, it was so awkward, wasn't it? It was so awkward. Oscar Piastri will be driving for Alpine. Actually, psych. No. Jokes. Jokes on you guys. I've signed a deal with McLaren. Oxford, England. What on earth are we here for? Never been to Oxford in my life. Looks alright, doesn't it? Who is this? Who lives in Oxford? Zaffenhauser. Oh, yeah. Otmar seems like a good character, to be fair. Wow. Okay. So it was the behind the scenes that Otmar wasn't feeling at Aston. Laurent. What a man. Peak physical fitness, Otmar. He's got his vitamins in. Beetroot juice. He's in. I love that. I love that insight. Just practicing a little bit of his French, bless him. Alpine is such a good team, but something must be going on. Drivers keep leaving. Yeah, it does feel weird that like Renault, Alpine, etc., just cannot keep hold of a driver to save their lives, can they? Maybe that'll change though. I feel like there's a turning point eventually coming for Alpine, especially as they're getting quicker and quicker. Like there will be a point where people are like, well, even though it's a bit meh behind the scenes, they got a quick car and I could probably pick up a pole and a victory and a podium every now and then. Alpine, the three drivers, Fernando Alonso, Oscar Piastri, and Esteban Ocon. Who would stay? Also, Joe's an Alpine driver, remember? They lost a lot of drivers super fast. Then they got Jack Doohan. That is not. You're not allowed to talk about anyone else apart from Carlos Sainz as a smooth operator. God, disgusting. Where is this held? I'm just looking at the behind the scenes of that is not the kind of place you'd imagine an Alpine launch to be. The walls are falling apart. That sofa looks like it's been used in other films. Not sure. Not sure about this one for the Alpine team. Feels like there should be a little more glitz and glamour at the Alpine launch. Team player, Fernando Alonso. You've met him before. A man is obsessed with himself and getting the best out of himself. He knows. That's the thing, right? Fernando Alonso knows in his heart of heart he's a villain. He is a villain. He's even just said it himself. He's a villain. He loves it. He just likes to be hated. And sometimes I hate him. I do love the drama that he brings to the grid. I love the fact that he's a bit of a meme. But at the same time, he is a absolute nuisance as Fernando Alonso, isn't he? Oh, yeah. Looking to future proof. Yep. Cool. Looking to future proof is the key words there, I think. I mean, you've got to hand it to him. He did manage to at least get them above McLaren. Like he did his job. Just everything behind the scenes wasn't quite going well. Alonso was so good last season. So unlucky, but so good. And then Ocon was also very good. Not as good, but consistent. So it's like they did have a good balance at Alpine. Obviously, I hate them, and I really wish they'd have come fifth, but gotta hand it to them. They kind of balanced it out quite nicely. I think the problem was Fernando Alonso entered the summer break in a bit of a villainous mood. Kind of needed some more races to go his way just before the summer break, because as the summer break came to fruition, Fernando Alonso was looking at fighting, basically. God, man, 6 points ahead. If only we could still be 6 points ahead. Nutella on the croissant for Latifi? Mmm. Yuki would never say no to a croissant. I haven't seen much from Yuki yet in this. Oh, poor Latifi. Doesn't get the recognition he deserves. At least we saw him getting a croissant. Home team race, home Ocon race. Mamma mia. It kind of makes sense that they haven't mentioned Seidel leaving and Andrea Stella coming in, though, because that would have happened probably well after this was edited. Or at least during whilst it was being edited. Circuit de Porrica. Lando, baby. That's my boy. It's going to be weird, like, half supporting Alpine because of Gasly this season. They've really become the villain, for me anyway. But I guess I'm now a slight Alpine subscriber. I'm an Alpine man. God, Norris and Ricciardo actually nearly collide there. Imagine if they'd have collided. Oh my goodness me. Ocon and Tsunoda. Hello, Hyper Illusions, mate. How's it going? That is heavy, isn't it? I can't really remember that Ocon Tsunoda incident too well. I feel like Ocon was to blame for that one. We'll blame Ocon for that one. Seems like a reasonable thing to do. I am indeed watching Drive to Survive. I'm on episode 5 and I'm about 14 minutes in if you wanna catch up to where I'm at. Or you can scroll this back and watch with me from the beginning. Enjoyed my shot on the longest wait for pole position. Thank you. I've got actually a few more of those lined up. It's kind of a little bit of a mini format I want to try out. See, this is what I mean. In France, Alonso was playing the team game. How the tables turned so very, very quickly with Fernando, didn't they? It's 20 past 9 for me. Ocon gets Ricciardo. Vive la France. Ricciardo was having a shocker of a season, though, to be fair, so let's not celebrate too heavy, shall we? I think Fernando Alonso wasn't even that mad at Alpine, you know. I think he just wanted to cause some chaos. And obviously wanted an absolute bag of cash. I can imagine that Fernando Alonso's contract at Aston Martin is a heavy bag to carry. Full of gold for the Spaniard. I love Fernando. I do love Fernando. It's so annoying. I just said the words I love Fernando. I don't. I think he's so annoying, but he's also so good. I'm so polarized when it comes to Fernando Alonso, man. I just can't decide whether he's one of the greatest or one of the absolute worst people I know. Zach Bubba Brown. That's true. Do I know if any people will move with Alonso? I imagine just Alonso's team. I can't imagine that Alpine will lose any of their sort of engineering side of things just because Alonso shifted across. It'll just be the people that Alonso brought into the team anyway. Here we go then. The Oscar Piastri situation. Did do so well in the junior categories, didn't he? So well. Whoa, big words from Christian Horner there. Could be the next Max Verstappen. I really hope so. Joe in the Alpine suit just behind him as well. They just needed to give him a seat sooner. Just lost his patience, which I feel like is fair. Weber takes no prisoners. Yeah, exactly. Lost his patience, man. Don't mess with an Australian. They were like, nah, we're not waiting around for these French guys. Head over to McLaren, get ourselves a race seat. Still don't understand why Oscar decided to switch. Because he wouldn't have got a seat at the Alpine team. By the time Alpine announced him, he'd already signed with McLaren. It was too late. He just lost his patience. Oh, is this it? Fernando in green. Alonso to Aston. Oh, Seb retirement. I figured there'd be like a whole episode on this. Seb Vettel. Are we going to get Checo's live reaction? Checo thought it was like a prank. I thought this would be more of a. Maybe they come back to it a little bit later on. I suppose in Abu Dhabi, right? They do a bit of a a bit of a Vettel thing. The silly season kicks off. Hey, Jenny Cow. Whoa, Andreas. We're not part of it. Cheeky little man. Look at Lawrence Stroll, man. He's just a Bond villain, isn't he? Just is. If he said the Aston Martin factory was built on a volcanic island, I'd be like, of course, obviously. It's awkward, isn't it? It's awkward. It's going to get awkward very soon. Love that. I'll say happy birthday. I'll say happy birthday. Are we gonna take you Spanish? No. English, in English. Poor up, Mal. He's given a lot of jobs. He really does step up to the plate, doesn't he? Fernando Alonso, the oldest man there is on the planet of Earth. Oh my God, Otmar just cannot speak, can he? Happy birthday from us and the kitchen, and a bigger present to come. Thank you. Why does he speak like a robot? Oh, bless him. Ooh. Wowie woo. Talking about getting it signed then and there. And just, they obviously didn't. Otmar was not a man of his word. He didn't get it to him by Friday, did he? Because the man is gone. Imagine if Lando went to Alpine. What would that have looked like? I wonder if Alpine had a little chat with Lando at any point. Offered him some big money. Here we go. The announcement. Oh no, we're gonna hit a Grand Prix. I suppose we should show some racing in Formula One. Probably a good idea. I mean, it wasn't. There was also a Ferrari at the front and some Red Bulls battling in their home Grand Prix. Oh no, sorry, this is Hungary, isn't it? Not Austria. For some reason I thought it was Austria. Alpines battle hard. Here we go, the boys. The McLaren boys. The double overtake coming. This is going to be delicious. Oh, remember the move. Yes, please do it again. Oh my goodness, Daniel Ricciardo. The double overtake done and dusted. And the Alpines continue to battle between themselves. And I was rubbing my hands together at this point. Loving it. Do you reckon that was when he made his mind up? He saw Stroll pass him in an Aston Martin. He was like, that's it. I'm just going to have that car. Aston Martin did look good at this point, didn't it? Oh. Love it. Both drivers straight up. There's no way I could have slowed down in time. No way. They didn't show the spin. Ah, they should have showed the Max Verstappen spin there. That was so entertaining. They literally did a 360 and still won the Grand Prix. '15th for Ricardo. Oh. It was so close for fourth at this point, wasn't it? Well, it was so close for fourth until right at the end. The sponsor dinner. Oh my god. All of them in pink. Did Otmar not get the pink shirt? They love Otmar. They are big fans of Otmar. And then Fernando throws down the gauntlet. He sent a proposal, and it was loads of cash. A lot of cash. Love that. He rang me. He asked if I had a proposal. I said no. He sent me one. It was more money than I'd ever seen in my life. I said yes. Very unpredictable. The most unpredictable driver on the grid, I think you could argue, Fernando Alonso. Oh, Otmar. Otmar. I can only guess. God, it's going to be an awkward situation. Is there going to be a little tete-a-tete between the two? Hello, mate. You're right. Haven't caught up on preseason testing yet, to be fair. Gonna do a big catch up and obviously watch tomorrow's. Oh my god, as if he said it to all of the factory. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no, Otmar. He said it. He said it out loud. He said it to everyone. He said it to the factory, the team, to the people, to the places. Oh. Yeah, to be fair, like I feel like Alpine, like obviously missing out on Fernando, missing out on Oscar, could cost them. It could cost them actual like championship positions. I feel like Aston and McLaren could both finish ahead of Alpine this season, just because of the driver situation. It's interesting. It's going to be a weird one. It's going to be a weird one. Oh, another episode on Alpine. They're doubling up. Couldn't fit all the drama into one episode. That's how big this was. Thoughts on McLaren at the moment? 50-50. I think driver lineup good. Car bad at the moment. Could be the problem that we have going into this season. In terms of what for McLaren? Like, there's just so many questions yet to be answered for the McLaren team this season. It's Christian Horner. As soon as you see a horse in Formula One, you know it's going to be Christian Horner. Interesting that Christian Horner really rates Oscar Piastri, though. And, like, also that Red Bull had an opportunity to get him at some point. Obviously, Red Bull are linked with every driver known to human beings. But at the same time, they missed out on one there, I reckon. There's something about Christian Horner as well that I'm not sure if I like or don't like. He sits in that Fernando Alonso zone for me. Yeah, like everyone knew that he had a seat, right? But I think the rumor mill that it was McLaren kind of came out fairly quickly after all of that happened. I wonder if Haas also maybe had a little chat to him. Marky Mark. I feel like I should get into tea or coffee. Feels like an adult thing to do. Just never really got into tea. Can't remember the last time I had a cup of tea. Oscar confirmed to McLaren. Danny Rick out. I did feel bad for Danny Rick. He seemed very sad about it. Ouch. I'm back, and I'm a McLaren racing driver now. Bless him. I really hope Oscar Piastri is good. I really hope. Not only for him. Not only for McLaren. Not only for him. Not only for him. For me. Not only for me, but for him as well. I really hope Oscar throwing it. Nobody's loyal in Formula One, are they? Like, you feel like there's loyalty and there just never is. It's a very sought after seat. That Alpine seat. I feel like it's a very, very good seat for them to have. Otmar locked out. I hope it's not the end for Danny Rick, man. I really hope it's not. We're looking at a man who was championship contender quality at points in his career. Imagine if Danny Rick would have won another Grand Prix. Danny Rick knows. There's Nicholas Latifi. It was a tough 2 years for Danny Rick, wasn't it? It was just always kind of spiraling out of control. It had peaks, but the peaks were few and far between in comparison to just the anguish and annoyance and frustration. There he is. Pierre. I could see Danny Rick living in Mexico for a year. Nah, he'd live in the US, wouldn't he? Oh, Lando. I mean, it's true. He already was. Lando fighting talk, to be fair. Zach Brown. What a cheeky little chabby he is. Oh, this was quite embarrassing too, though, when they were like, "Oh, we're gonna sue him for the 4 mil or whatever it was that they put into his junior career." It was just like, "Oh God." In the grand scheme of Formula One, is it going to make that much difference to Alpine? Probably not. Already trying to get convinced into the Indy 500. Love it. Cool. I told you not to trust Zach. Oh my. It is so cutthroat. This episode's been cutthroat. I think that's like 4 or 5 times I've like sharp inhale of breath. Like, ooh, that stung a little. He looks pissed. Oh. Zach Brown makes a good point. I mean, obviously, he's trying to defend his new driver. Oh man, there is no love lost between Otmar and Zach, is there? It's mad that Zach isn't a team principal. He's just. It's just so weird. Yeah, like it was Zach that he went to and not Seidel. Fighting time for Zach Brown. Oh, he's got a plan. I mean, they won. I don't think they ever paid anything. Well, not that I heard of, anyway. Oh, that was his plan. Little driver swap. Hulk McGasly. It's interesting that they mentioned Mick there as well, though. Like the Mick rumours to Alpine, I thought were a little bit kind of 50-50. But it seems like they were a little bit more than 50-50. It does make you wonder what happened here between Alpine and Ricciardo. Because it did seem like it was pretty much done and dusted. Like, it felt like Ricciardo was the obvious move. Oh, okay. Mick not mentioned there in the second round of listing. See, I thought so. He upset everyone. 2 seasons ago. Daniel in that season in the Renault, though, was so good. He was so good. Broke Cyril's heart. God, it was the worst decision he could have made, wasn't it? In retrospect, in hindsight, kind of looking back on it, the worst decision that he could have possibly made. Okay. So they did one experience, though. Which is interesting considering they went Piastri's first. Like, literally rookie. And then after the Piastri kind of broke down, they were like, experience is what we want. It's a tricky one for Alpine this year, right? Gasly, a little bit unproven. But I believe. I believe. The rumors of transfers. It was weird that he like signed a contract though, right? He signed a contract with Alpine in the summer. Sorry, signed a contract with AlphaTauri in the summer. Then Alpine came in and obviously convinced him otherwise. I suppose he was just guaranteeing his future. And then when the seat became available, it was something that he couldn't really turn down. Very true. I think he just needs a car that suits him, doesn't he? Otmar's making a very good point. If you give Danny Rick something he believes he can get something out of, he'll deliver. Just never quite clicked, was it? I really wish that Danny Rick would have done well at McLaren. Just really wish that he would have done well. It's mad that they both won in Italy as well, isn't it? Now that we think about it. Danny Rick's one win at McLaren in Italy. Gasly's one win in Formula One in Italy. Something DeVries said about Yuki. We haven't really seen anything about Yuki and AlphaTauri. I'm assuming that will come kind of after this Gasly stuff. Because it'll be like, okay, Gasly's making the move, and now it's like Yuki needs to step up is like the next storyline after that, right? They've kind of linked these storylines quite nicely, to be fair. Like starting with the whole Mercedes-Ferrari thing. A little bit of Haas in there. Then they talked about Mick Schumacher, which I feel like is you needed to talk about first because it was before the summer break. And now it's kind of been that perspective of, okay, the driver market, everyone that's gone on, bit of Vettel, bit of Alonso, bit of Gasly, bit of Ricciardo, bit of Piastri. Pressure from Gasly. God, the pit lane is so small in Zambor, isn't it? It's proper old school racetrack. Love it. Banked corners. The Alpine overtakes the AlphaTauri. And at that point, Pierre's like, well, car's quicker than mine. I love that they do this on Drive to Survive, as if like that one overtake made Gasly made his mind up. They did it with Alonso as well. They were like, Alonso got overtaken by Stroll. Stroll surely has got a better car. And then they've just done the same here. They're like, look, Alonso overtook Gasly. So Gasly was like, well, I want that seat instead. And it was obvious that he wanted the Alpine seat more. AlphaTauri nowhere near Alpine. God, that was uncomfortable to watch. Just got no defense whatsoever. Danny Rick dropping back. Andres Seidels. It's just stone dead face. Danny Rick falling behind another car. Come on, Pierre. Come on, Pierre. What? That is proper fighting talk. I love that. Good luck to Oscar. Lived, loved, lost. Yeah, it was a horrible end to the season for Danny Rick, really, wasn't it? I think if you could have said to him at the same time, like he wanted to show more. I don't know. I feel like if you could have said to him, you can drive a different car for the second half of the season, he'd probably snapped your hand off. He'd just taken it. He'd be like, "Yep, taking that." Yuki's home Grand Prix. And Gasly breaks his heart. Otmar doing one of my Guess the Drivers videos for me. He's got more than 100 races. He's won a Grand Prix. He's an experienced driver. He's already on the grid. I actually really like what our driver lineup looks like. Lando's so good, and Oscar is so hopeful. Hey. No regrets, Oscar. Love it. Ooh, a little bit of Checo. No, there was never any pressure for Checo to not be at Red Bull. Never, never, never. Ooh, little bit of build up to second place in the championship too. I mean, it was never really on for Mercedes. Well, I mean, it was within like touching distance, but not really like feasible touching distance. You know what I mean? There was always going to be a bit of a gap. Oh, this is episode 7. Hot seat. No idea what this. This is Sergio Perez, like what they just built up to. Christian Horner, of course. Christian Horner loves having a film crew at his house, doesn't he? Just loves having a film crew at his house. Whoa, Christian Horner in an Alpha Tauri shirt. Was he in an Alpha Tauri shirt before? Mamma mia. Checo's been so good for Red Bull, lads. Let's not be silly. Like you don't really want a driver that is gonna actually battle with Max Verstappen, do you? Hello, Antonio, mate. Look, when Jerry Halliwell is telling you you're being brutal, Christian Horner, you need to have a little look at yourself. MCL60 is a bit of a bust. Give it one more day. One more day of testing. Hey. Monaco. I really hope Charles Leclerc wins the Monaco Grand Prix just one time. I feel so bad for him. Damn, look at Yuki. Ooh, obviously. Imagine if you came into the season, any Formula One team came into the season, you were like, well, if we got the opportunity to win both titles, we wouldn't say no. Say no to that. Oh. Actually, Christian, gonna break it to you. It was quite an easy championship. It was a fairly easy going championship that you had yourself in the end. Sergio, I think like again, like Christian Horner explained it quite well. When you're comparing yourself to Max Verstappen, it's always going to be a tough time. It's going to be a tough time, whoever you are. Like Checo he wasn't terrible at the beginning of 2022. Like it wasn't the worst drive you've ever seen from any driver in Formula One. And like Red Bull had a couple of races where they kind of threw it away for him. I think Sergio Perez is good. Is great. He's a very good driver for Red Bull. I think he has at least another cup. I think he'll stay for this contract, and then maybe they see their options and see what's happening. Obviously, they had a little nudge towards Lando Norris, but who wouldn't? I feel like you'd be stupid if you didn't have a little nudge towards Lando Norris. Don't think he believed that Yuki shout, if I'm honest. Sergio Perez is a good looking lad, but I'm not sure he's enjoying the pampering. Yes. They're ruthless, but like they're at the top of the grid, so they're allowed to be. I feel like that's the thing, right? Mercedes are consistent, Red Bull are ruthless, and Ferrari are like almost an in between. Ferrari are almost like up and down passion. Yeah, Pierre didn't work, Alex didn't work. It just doesn't quite click. Cool. Max Verstappen. I mean, like, you would say that if you're Max Verstappen, right? You're literally double world champion at this point. This seems like a weird episode. Was there ever really that much doubt around Sergio Perez? He got the contract in Monaco. It was very early in the season to pick up a contract. Monaco was the 7th GP of 22? Checo did take a big risk, to be fair. Going to Red Bull was a big risk at the time, but he's delivered. He's won races there. He's got pole positions. Pole position. No. Yeah, one, isn't it? Two? Not many. But like, he'd have never been able to win at Monaco if he hadn't gone to Red Bull. Deserved it. Love him. Love him. Proper legend of Formula One. I love Sergio, man. Red Bull do like Monaco, to be fair. Will makes a good point. Red Bull are a fan of winning at Monaco. They tend to thrive in Monaco, don't they? They've had a lot of drivers win in Monaco. Like, if you just look at the like sheer number of drivers, not the number of times they've won in Monaco, obviously, but the number of different winners they've had in Monaco. Red Bull are probably up there, I reckon, for like the most or closest to the most. Like different drivers to win at Monaco. I think they do have a good balanced relationship there. I think Checo and Max probably don't have the best of relationships, but I think Christian Horner's a good middle ground between the two. Seems to keep it clicking, doesn't he? I think Christian Horner. There's one thing Christian Horner's good at Red Bull. It's clearly got to be personal management, right? Just being able to Get those different personalities to kind of click. You know what? He's cutthroat. He's cutthroat. He moves drivers on when they don't deliver, but I think he gives them a ground to try and deliver at least. He seems like a positive person for the team. God, that Gasly helmet was so nice. I'm really looking forward to seeing like Gasly's helmets over the course of 2023 because obviously he no longer has to have the massive Red Bull logo on the side or the massive AlphaTauri logo on the side. The controversy. The controversy is about to arise. Did he spin on purpose? Dun dun dun. I don't think he did. Oh. Got a feel for Leclerc. Just feels like Monaco is a bit cursed for him. P2. P4. I forgot how bad this qualifying was for Max. And then it finally looked like it was going to click together. And then cut short. Yeah, it's is that thing with Monaco, isn't it? Just like has that you're not going to overtake. So qualifying is basically the race. Just has that reputation. Quite rightfully so, but just also quite frustrating. And then Carlos Sainz just smacks into him. Oops. It was such an awkward qualifier, wasn't it? It just sucked. It is typical Monaco, to be fair. There's always a crash in qualifying. Just wasn't Charles Leclerc to keep himself on pole this time. It was Sergio Perez to keep Charles Leclerc on pole. You know when Sergio Perez said about the contract after the Monaco Grand Prix? Do you reckon it was like a provisional contract? And then he said it like on purpose in front of the cameras almost to like guarantee it, basically. Although, I mean, it doesn't mean much, right? You can win however many Grand Prix you want. You can still get dropped out of Red Bull like that. You can have a contract for as long as you want. Red Bull will drop you. I agree. I don't think he did it on purpose. I know a lot of people still read into it, still try and find that narrative, still try and think about it as like, oh, we did it on purpose to do this and that. But I really don't think he did. Always happens in Monaco. It's always an anticlimax. Wow, they called it. Have to hope for rain. Marco wants, Marco gets. It really wasn't, though, was it? It really wasn't the point at which it switched back, was it? Oh, that looks pretty rainy to me. If you're gonna ask, ooh. That is true. God, this was such a weird start to a Grand Prix, wasn't it? It was like, will, we won't, we will, we won't, we. We waited forever. Felt like an age that we were waiting for the start of this Monaco Grand Prix. It really did. It really did put a cat amongst the pigeons, didn't it? It just felt like everything was going Ferrari's way, and then the rain came. Good old Pierre. It was such a silly race. Such a silly race, this one in Monaco. Like, it was so fun, but at the same time, I was a bit like, not sure about this one. Now, Charles Leclerc's in pole, and you cannot see anything. Perez wiggling all over the track, wasn't he? I feel like everyone just separated out to try and see. Whoa, this strategy from Ferrari. Oh no. Relive it all over again. Still on full wets as well. Ah, la 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 la. Ferrari just absolutely dropped the ball in the worst way imaginable, didn't they? And then there was the Fernando Alonso train as well, which was so entertaining. And this is where Leclerc comes in behind him. Oh, no, no, no. Stay out, stay out. Yes. Once he was in the lead, it was like, in no doubt, was it? Here's the mid crash. Just gets worse every time you see it, doesn't it? Oh, such an impact. Even with the safety car, I don't feel like anyone ever really thought that Sergio Perez was ever going to lose this Grand Prix. I'm going to be honest. Just kind of clicked with it. He was just like, yeah, in the lead now, done, dusted, moving on. Cool. Tires like a 50 pence piece. But you just don't overtake in Monaco, do you? There's just nowhere wide enough to actually overtake, is there? Now that you look at it. Now, the only overtaking opportunity used to be out of the tunnel. And even now, they just get nowhere near. Like, you only have to look at how slow Alonso was to realize that there's literally no point in trying to overtake in Monaco. But, fair to Perez. He won. P4 for Leclerc as well. Ah, that Monaco Grand Prix was ugly. So good. I do love that Checo, like, in this later part of his career, has been given an opportunity to, like, race for Red Bull, pick up podiums, pick up wins. I know it's not loads, not loads of podiums, loads of wins. He's not going to battle for a championship. Let's not be silly. But, like, still, so good. I think that's the thing, right? They needed to. At this point, they were still under pressure from Ferrari, so they were just like, right, let's just clear the air, give Carlos a contract, give Sergio a contract. That was good. Nice little Sergio Perez episode to kind of split it up. Didn't really need a Sergio Perez episode, I would argue, in that he was never really under that much pressure, was he? But it was nice to see him win at Monaco again and relive the win at Monaco. Oh, here comes the cost cap. There was always going to be a cost cap episode, right? This is going to be it, I assume. Well, a little bit of Yuki and a little bit of cost cap. Tokyo. Really want to visit Tokyo at some point. Just looks so cool. I'm going to miss Gasly and Yuki. Oh, I feel for Yuki, man. It's gonna make me cry. Poor little Yuki. He's proper heartbroken. Ah, that was so cute. Suzuka probably is the best track in the world. So good, isn't it? It's like everyone, it's all the drivers' favorite track. And when it's the driver's favorite track, you know it's good. I mean, to be fair, like, it's a huge step up for Pierre. Massive step up for Pierre. It was what AlphaTauri like maybe could have started to battle towards if they'd have got the 2022 regs right, but they just got it so wrong. Hmm. He's got a temper tantrum in him, Azuki. Yuki in his first season was such a little laugh. I love Yuki, man. I can see Yuki being like a proper firecracker personality. I feel like Franz is a good bounce back for Yuki though. Ooh. I feel like we haven't seen much of the drivers like outside. We've kind of only seen like 5 teams. It's interesting that we're now seeing Yuki. I feel like that's good. We haven't seen anything from Aston, anything from Williams. It's been a bit weird. Anything from Alfa Romeo. We saw Joe for the crash. Nothing else. I feel like Bottas would have been a great character to have in this season of Drive to Survive. Away from Mercedes, like He's a completely different force. Surely they got to get on that for 2023. Bottas is just one of the best characters on the grid right now. A rainy day in Suzuka. Yeah, Drogovic looking likely, to be fair. Still no real news on Stroll. What do we think? Yuki versus De Vries. It's going to be a very interesting battle between those two, I think. I think it's going to be closer than most people are kind of anticipating. I feel like Yuki will come out on top. I trust in Yuki. I think De Vries got very lucky that he came into a Williams seat that was like in one of the probably the best track for that Williams car. And an easier track. Don't get me wrong, I like De Vries. I like Tsunoda more. Tsunoda's my boy for 2023. This is going to be another awkward watch, isn't it? It's going to be the whole Gasly. What was it? A crane? Tractor? I can't even remember now. The McLaren's in front of Yuki. And then nothing. It's crazy, the visibility, man. You just see absolute zero, don't you? Oh. You don't? I feel like you just drive off like instinct at this point, right? That's how I feel like the drivers just know the track off by heart and they're basically closing their eyes and driving. That's how the wet works. Carlos, red flag. The way his nose pokes back onto the track as well, it made me so nervous. Absolutely mental. Yuki to the rescue. They're not going to talk about the red flag? Huh? I'm so confused. Yuki just does need to, like, just needs to have a little filter, doesn't he? Needs to have an off switch on that radio. I mean, what was he going to do? There's a Mercedes behind him. Feel for Yuki there. They've kind of done him in. It was George Russell in a Mercedes car, like one of the top 3 teams behind an AlphaTauri. He wasn't really going to be able to put up lots of a fight. Next year, Yuki. Next year, home Grand Prix again. We run once more. There we go. Yeah, Monza was the turning point, mate. Let's not lie about it. Again, though, like, I know it was points on his debut, and I was very, very impressed. But at the same time, there's a little part of me that's just like, don't take that as like the gospel yet. Don't say that, he's the next coming yet. Ooh, entertaining. Nick DeVries, a little bit sassy there, to be fair. I don't think it's going to be as friendly between Nick and Yuki as it was between Pierre and Yuki, is it? Nick seems like he's got a bit of a different mentality coming into this season. I suppose, to be fair, like, he's won everything else, and also he's coming in very old in comparison to a lot of the rookies. Oh. I like that they sit together, you know. I think that's cute. I think it makes a good point, Will, to be fair. Pierre has always kind of been pro Yuki. Nick DeVries is going to be very, let's get rid of Yuki. Let's make me the clear number one in the team. I feel like Pierre did not say that while they were in the bus. They didn't cut to him once. I feel like Yuki looks so different now compared to like a couple of years ago. I feel like he's definitely matured quite a lot as a person. He's very young. Very young came into Formula One, I remember. Austin? Why Austin? Oh, because all the rookies and stuff, maybe? They're gonna. I have no idea how this relates to Yuki Tsunoda. Did Yuki do really well in Austin? I can't really remember. Nicholas the TV says no to some meat. He said no to a croissant and no to some meat. Does Nicholas Latifi eat? They're the questions that we have to answer. I can't wait until Yuki retires, man, and he just gets like proper little chubby. Yuki, like, a couple of years after he retires, is going to be massive. I feel like Yuki should be really good at like the training games and stuff and the reaction time stuff. He plays so many games. Like, that's all he talks about. It's how much like Apex he plays in the off season. Horsey McHorse. I feel like Yuki, because he's little, probably gets picked on a little bit as well. True. It's big time for Yuki. Big season for Yuki, isn't it? I'm worried for him. Beep, beep, beep. I do love Austin. Austin's one of those races that I do really enjoy. I feel like I've said that about every track that we've seen in trucks. I just love Formula One. Oh, man. This was pretty gutting, though, for Carlos. Aggressive is the word to use, Yuki. Loves a little battle, does Yuki Tsunoda. Nick DeVries looking at his new teammate, knowing. And then the Stroll incident. Stroll just needs to stop this kind of thing, man. He does it way too often. Just feels like he doesn't understand where his car is, like 90% of the time. Just so silly. Yuki did really well to dodge that, though. Yuki did very, very well to make sure that he didn't get caught up in that. I mean, that is fair. I think they should have let him fight. I know AlphaTauri are desperate for points at this point. Tsunoda was pretty quick. This was a good race to pick. I completely forgot about this. And how Yuki Tsunoda was he did close the gap to Gasly in the second half of the season. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Yuki Tsunoda's like would have beaten Pierre Gasly had it come to 2023 and they were still in the same team. But I think he would have been a lot closer, and I think he is going to get a lot more points this season than last. P12, not too shabby in an AlphaTauri. I've got nothing left. Poor Joe. Go on, Yuki. No prisoners. Albon. The Williams boys. Oh. Keep focus. Keep focus. Door left open. I mean, Albon didn't get points, so I'm assuming Yuki makes a little move. Love that from Yuki. Why did they show a clip of the worst flag wave of the season? Yes, Drive to Survive. Love that. This is how much I'm enjoying waving the flag. Thank you. Love that from Yuki, though. Good episode. Good episode. I like a little Yuki action. I think I'm biased, though, because I like Yuki, and I like that it had quite a bit of Pierre in it as well. Good point. Very good point from Yuki Tsunoda there. Bless them. Oh, I like it. I like the fine talk from Yuki. I'm enjoying it. building towards next season between those two. I like it a lot. Just a joke, lads. Episode 9 coming up. We still haven't had any Aston, Alfa Romeo, no Vettel, really, no Bottas. They both had good seasons. No Aston Martin at all, really. Considering. No cost cap yet either. No Max Verstappen just domination either. We haven't had any like Max Verstappen 15 wins, unlimited points. Kind of touched upon it, I guess. There's so much that happened though. You can't touch upon everything. I'm glad we had the Oscar Piastri Alonso-ness. That was interesting to see the kind of behind the scenes of the Alpine guys and McLaren guys and Otmar and Zach. Double world champion Max Verstappen celebrates birthday. I suppose he wasn't double world champion at this point, but still. Oh no, was he? Wait, which one came first, Singapore or Japan? Singapore was after. No, Singapore was before Japan. Yeah, not quite double world champion Max Verstappen yet. Oh, okay, there you go. I think this is going to be the title-winning episode. Yeah, I reckon. True. No, they're just going to go for every win. Oh no, just a few of them. Yes, Toto. He was the best driver. I know you gotta say Lewis Hamilton's the best driver on the grid, but mate, Verstappen in 2022 was untouchable. He was very, very, very quick. That was a weird implication from Otmar. They knew exactly what they were doing. Mm-mm-mm. It was awkward. The budget cap fiasco. Well, everyone has the same amount of money to spend if you can get to the cost cap, which few teams are still lagging behind a little bit. Cool. Christian did not look happy at that point, did he? Bless him. Singapore, man. It's so beautiful. Yeah, it really didn't go Max Verstappen's way in Singapore, did it? Seems like an odd race for them to zoom in upon. I suppose, like, they're starting with the cost cap stuff, so makes sense to kind of start where the main problems arose, but also a little weird. That's also true. Big teams had to kind of go in the opposite direction. Ferrari let go of a lot of people. Ferrari let go of a substantial amount of people. Like, it was almost a bit crazy how many people had to leave Ferrari and move over to Haas. Haas basically got an entire department from Ferrari. God, imagine if they'd have done a points deduction, the absolute madness that would have ensued. Zach Brown did properly go in on the whole overspend, didn't he? He was one of the ones that really spoke out about it. And clearly, again, to Netflix as well. Although that was their party line the whole time, right? There was no like malice. There was no intent. It just kind of happened. Hello, Jamie, mate. No worries, no worries. I mean, the stream is more for like uh the future, right? So like if people are ever watching an episode in the future and fancy watching it with someone else, they can kind of find the episode and watch it with me. I'm not too concerned about the stream as of right now because I understand it's very late for a lot of people. But appreciate it, mate. Appreciate it. I mean, undoubtedly, Christian Order, silly question there, right? Do the other team principals care about you breaking the cost cap? Yes. That is true. Like it as soon as Red Bull started winning, it like because they won as well, it didn't help their cost cap problems, did it? Feel like if they were third and it was Mercedes, then like it would have been a bit different. But because they were first and because they were winning literally every single race, well, they finished what? Both Red Bull cars finished 20 Grand Prix and they won 17 of them. Like, people were coming for their heads. And like moderately rightfully so. you know, you should take that opportunity. Like, if there is an obvious rule break, go for it. Take him down. Zach Brown, though, the man. Oh, that's a dig at Zach Brown. You know it is. Bang out of order. Oh, Matea. It was so fun though. This like the whole build up, like not knowing what the FIA were doing, not knowing whether or not it had actually broken the rules, but kind of knowing the whole like the cost cap catering. Oh, what a time, man! Only in Formula One would you have this absolute shambles. And he then absolutely bottled this race, right? Went way too deep on Lando Norris in Singapore. Trash start. Went way too deep. Kind of bottled a little bit of the ability to actually win this Grand Prix. Too wet. He really did struggle in Singapore. It'd be interesting to see how Verstappen does this year in Singapore. Like whether it was just an off weekend or whether it was the track or what kind of things he didn't quite get to grips with. That is also true. Behind is Verstappen. Don't imagine Lando thought that was going to happen in Singapore when Max Verstappen could have literally won the title. Oh, locked up again. Oof. The worry. Yeah, there it is. In too deep. Little spin though. He did get it back on fairly swiftly. You gotta hand it to him. That the little spin up that he had as he went into the runoff area was pretty impressive. Poor Max. I say poor Max. Poor Max. He missed out on winning one Grand Prix out of 20. into the pits. I mean, he won the championship the next Grand Prix. No, they're building it up like he's properly thrown it in the bin. I think he's pretty happy still with how the season went, is Max Verstappen, I would imagine. Can't imagine he's that gutted about 2022. Nice to see Danny Rick getting a little bit of positivity as well, though, from Seidel. Max a little bit petty, but I feel like we all know this now about Max. He's not not an easygoing guy. Easy for Max. Win, become world champion. That is true. There's nothing they could really do about it. They just kind of had to lean into it, right? Now, what more are they supposed to say at this point? Nah, just leaving the stream as it is. Yeah. Just leaving the stream as it is, Jamie, mate. Three laps on Inters. Suzuka was mental. Again, though, we haven't seen, like, Brazil yet. You know how Brazil was, like, maybe the best Grand Prix of the year? Like, debatable with Silverstone? We haven't actually seen it yet. Which is an interesting turn of events, I would argue. But we're seeing Japan again, that we just saw. It does feel like Netflix and like Drive to Survive kind of depends what races they go to. Like they clearly don't go to all 22 races, right? So they clearly did not go to Brazil because they would have mentioned it in the Mercedes episode in some way or another. Even if it was just like a flash forward and it was like, ooh, they won. They clearly don't go to every Grand Prix, and therefore they kind of have to work with a small pool of Grand Prix to edit with, which is a shame. Like, you'd think they'd maybe, I don't know, like work with either like Sky or one of the other media companies that goes to like every Grand Prix and maybe just be able to get access to some of their stuff a little bit more. Because it just feels like they only use the Grand Prix that they're at, and that's like maybe 5. Because they're nowhere near every Grand Prix. We've seen loads of Bahrain, loads of Silverstone, loads of Suzuka, loads of Monaco, a little bit of Singapore. Like, we've only a little bit of Austin. I've kind of seen like 7 or 8 different Grand Prix in like detail. Are they going to show Charles Leclerc messing up at the final corner? Ugh. It was awkward watching Charles Leclerc make that mistake to kind of hand Max Verstappen the title, wasn't it? It was like just like the nail in the coffin of Ferrari season. Just like, Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it feels like they chose kind of a strange mix of Grand Prix. I guess you could never predict which Grand Prix is going to be the best and which Grand Prix are going to be worth going to. Like maybe they just did the Yuki Tsunoda episode because they knew they were going to be in Japan because Max was clearly going to win the title in Japan, or if not, like the race after. So it was like, but there he is, top of the podium, with the World Championship trophy too. Man, even Drive to Survive throwing Max Verstappen's championship victory between cost cap controversy. Oh, oh, there it is. The FIA. Ouch. Has that made the difference? No, probably not, to be fair. Probably not, but like, still. Still. Austin again. Is this going to be every? I hope we actually get like the team principals reacting to like Red Bull's cost cap penalty. That'd be interesting. Kind of see how the different team principals reacted. Oh yeah, the letter, of course. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the reaction. Zach Brown, live it. Toto, live it. Ooh. I mean, it did. It did. Truth. I do agree with like the team principals and their point of view on it. Like rules are rules. It's there. It's clear. It's obvious. But like, I do feel like even the penalty that they got is quite a considerable penalty. It's true. Again, Christian does a good fight, then he does represent Red Bull incredibly well. Oh yeah, obviously the teams just wanted to take as much competitiveness out of that Red Bull car as quickly as possible, right? Red Bull were by far and away the best car in maybe 2021 and 2022. You know, like debatable with Mercedes in 2021, debatable with Ferrari in 2022, but up there. And all the other teams were like, no, take that away. Let's get ourselves some points. I do agree with that in terms of what Zach's saying there. I think also I agree in that like the budget cap is so important for Formula One. That was very sad. Great man for the sport, to be fair. Brought in Red Bull, made them what they are. Austin, maybe? Austin might be up there. Like, now I kind of reflect on the season, Austin might also be up there as one of my favorite races, you know. I think they did well to come to Austin. Good start from Max. Max gets into the lead so quickly there. It's so easy, isn't it? Then Carlos just gets absolutely side hustled. Little spin from Carlos. Hamilton Verstappen. Where have we seen this before? Imagine being like a Formula One driver at the absolute peak of your powers and just being like told that you can just release it. You know what I mean? Just like, you know what? You got a lap. You're gonna box. You're free to push on these tires as much as they can possibly take it. Just do everything you can in this lap. Like, that must just be such an incredible feeling from inside the car. Doesn't mince his words, Verstappen, does he? Tells you what you have done and doesn't hold back. Head down indeed. This was a nice little battle, though, to be fair. Max needed a little bit of a hard race, right? Otherwise, it was looking like he was just gonna run away with it again. I mean, he did end up doing it, but the fact that he would have just had another easy Grand Prix. At least this one, he had to give it another go. All over again. Constructors ticked. Another Max Verstappen win tick. This is just where, again, like, Red Bull were just so quick, weren't they? Just so quick. Done the double. It was actually quite nice to have Helmut Marko on the podium. As much as I'm not a massive Helmut Marko fan, like, what he does do for Red Bull is big. Like, he's given a lot of his time, a lot of his heart, a lot of his life to Red Bull. That is very true. They absolutely dominate. I feel like even the word dominate doesn't quite do it justice as to how good they were. Here we go then. End of the road. Final episode. Surely Seb. Surely Seb retirement. Surely. I'm kind of worried. There's been no Aston Martin, so I don't think they will do a Seb retirement thing. I think it would just be like the last Grand Prix, Abu Dhabi, kind of a bit of a summary. Just want to make sure. Yeah, I thought that was going to happen. Give me a second. to just shuffle this over. I thought about it as I was like changing the number. I was like, that's not going to fit, is it? There we go. It'll fit now. Final one. 3, 2, 1. Bing. Hi, George, from George. Very cute. What? He's got 4 single beds in his room. George is an odd character. I like him, but he just says random stuff sometimes. You know, George, are you actually paying attention to what you're saying at this point in your life? Because I don't know if he is all the time. Sometimes he seems a bit lost, does old Georgie Russell. The argument in episode 2 was crazy. I feel like there's been a lot of drama. A lot of drama in this Drive to Survive. I'm all there for it, though. Toto Wolff and Christian Horner. Just, you're a dickhead. No, you're a dickhead. Loved it. Absolutely spot on. Danny Rick, man. I'm so glad he's on the grid still. He's got to do Drive to Survive as well. Got to do Drive to Survive as well next season. I don't care that he's a tested driver. Get him on. Get him on. What is this final episode? We're 2 minutes in. We're 2 minutes in. To be fair, I'd have sex with Griffin Steiner if I could. Yes, obviously we will. Don't be stupid. I feel like this final episode, they were just like, what footage do we have left? Should we just chuck whatever footage we've got left, lads? we've filled 6 hours of content. We've got to fill 30 more minutes. What can we chuck in? There you go. Here's a bit of Daniel Ricciardo. Here's a bit of Griffin Steiner. Here's a bit of Lando Norris. Everyone that we want to see. Love it. Probably not the best time to show Charles Leclerc smashing into a wall. really didn't work either, did it, in Spa? I like that they're just doing a Ferrari compilation. Ferrari fail compilation to end. Go on. Oh. Come on, Carlos. What are they? Reliability? And get rid of Matteo Benotto. The flames came. It's very true. Can't get away from it. I think that's a fair point from Toto Wolff, to be honest with you. He knows what it's like. It's so hard being the team principal. It's a horrible job. Horrible job. Like, you are only criticized, right? Like, you can be an incredible team principal, and you are going to be criticized by somebody at some point, and it's gonna come. You know it's gonna come. Interlagos. This isn't going to be the only look we get at Brazil, is it? Oh, I guess it is the final episode. Oh, the Brazilian Grand Prix was so good, man. They really should have gone to Brazil. Netflix should go to Brazil. Netflix, write that on your list for next season. Go to Brazil. Make up some kind of story for Brazil, please. So good. Also, a great trophy. If you're going to get one win trophy of the season, Brazil's a good one. It was never really on the table, was it? I mean, it kind of was, but it also wasn't really. Like, Ferrari would have had to completely capitulate. $26. Huh? Lando. To be fair, that was also annoying me as well. Little OCD was not in the middle. Fair Danny Rick leaving. We're 10 minutes into the final episode. We've got 20 minutes to go. We haven't seen Sebastian Vettel. And Zach. Ed McLaren. And Zach. They hate each other, man. Otmar and Zach are not friends. I feel like there's a bit more between Otmar and Zach than there is between Toto and Christian, you know? Like, Christian and Toto argue and they fight. They're almost like a married couple kind of argument. There's, like, love underneath there. There's respect underneath there. Otmar and Zach, I think, just actually hate each other. Otmar and Zach, I think, just literally want to have a little fight. It would have been huge had Mercedes got second place. I feel like it wasn't. I know it was on the cards, but like if Ferrari would have thrown away a second place in the championship after Charles Leclerc won races, I know. I guess Mercedes won a race, but Charles Leclerc won multiple Grand Prix, had the most pole positions of anybody, had maybe the fastest car over the course of the season. Imagine if they came third. They went from having the best car to finishing third in the championship. It would have just been mental. Danny Rick and Alonso the focus more so than Seb. Seb must have said that he didn't want to do it, right? That's the only thing. Alfa Romeo and Aston must have just been like, nah, we're not doing Drive to Survive. Because otherwise it's weird. It's a very good point from Carlos. If there's one team you don't really want to be battling in the recent era, it's Mercedes. It was a good start. I thought Hamilton had a shot at winning this Grand Prix like before the weekend started. Mainly because I just wanted the Hamilton win every season kind of record to keep rolling. But then after, like Red Bull did run away with this, didn't they, in Abu Dhabi? Also, George had a really bad Abu Dhabi. Not bad, but well, bad, yeah. Hamilton airborne, little rough and tumble. Oh, that's Toto's little glance across there. Hmm? Oh. Yes. Proper little battle between these two. It was quite a nice little way to end the season. Bit of Mercedes on Ferrari battling. Lando cleared. Lando P7. Imagine. Imagine Lando P7. No way. Need to push. Didn't happen. I'm willing it to happen, but I know it didn't happen. Could we have fourth place, please? No. No, you cannot. Go on, Yuki. It was always going to be, wasn't it? Alonso DNF. And then Hamilton DNF too. Huge blow. Huge blow for Alpine. Ocon on a little bit of a tear. It was just that, like, keeping him out of DRS, wasn't it? Just like trying to keep Ocon at arm's length. But Danny Rick just... It was so... Like, Danny Rick just didn't Didn't have the pace, man. All season. Can't blame it on this final Grand Prix, really. It was a season-wide thing. Where if Danny Rick would have just been, like, even close to comparable with Norris, we'd have been in a much better position. Gutting, man. Gutting. And then Hamilton also retires. Leclerc also a little sassy sometimes on the radio, Eddie. Stop talking to me. So much traffic, yeah. Does make you wonder if that bounce at the beginning of the race was what cost Hamilton here, right? And then eventually cost Mercedes. I mean, would they have caught Leclerc? Probably not. Would they have been able to get past Leclerc? Probably not. But like, it still could speculate. Gosh, Carlos Sainz's shiny helmet was so nice in this final race of the season. The first mechanical DNF of the season as well, man. So annoying if you're a Mercedes fan. Because it was kind of up for grabs. It was still doable. P2 in the championship. Drivers, constructors. Tick, tick, tick. I wonder when Matteo Binotto kind of made the decision to leave Ferrari, or if it was like fully his decision, or whether he was kind of ushered out the door. And the way they said it, it felt like his decision, but maybe it was more of an ushered out of the door kind of scenario. Oh, Shao. Where is P2? It's a big step forward, to be fair, for Ferrari. As much as we can criticize their season, as much as we say they didn't deliver on what they maybe should have done, as much as they made mistakes over the course of the year, they still got P2. And P2 is better than they did last year. So they made steps forward. And that's all you can ask for, really, in Formula One. Just gotta keep stepping forward, stepping on, doing better. And eventually, maybe you can get to the top. Optimism for the future, he says. As a reminder of how shocking the season was. I kind of agree with that, you know. As much as it's kind of a bit of a psychopath mindset, right? You're like, right, this is going in the factory, in front of your eyes. Every day you get to work, you're going to see the failure that you had. And yeah, it kind of works. Yeah, I think that's fair. I basically said that McLaren were almost guaranteed fourth place. And I'm really annoyed that I said that. Because I truly believed it. It just wasn't the one, was it? Wasn't the one. Oh, nah, get him back in. Get him back in next season. To be fair, Danny Rick was Drive to Survive seasons 1 through 4. Like he kind of did carry it a little bit for the old team. Added a lot of personality to the first few seasons. He did do well. I like Danny Rick. He did incredibly well for the team. He was a good personality, but just didn't click at McLaren, man. I'm still gonna be gutted about it. Remember how excited I was, Danny Rick coming in 2021. I really thought it was gonna be like the next step. Well, banger. Next season, Vegas, baby. I'm looking forward to Vegas, to be fair. Penultimate race of the season, though. It's going to be a little while before we're in Vegas. Nico Hülkenberg. He's back, baby. Oh, Logan. I feel like Logan will probably be the Williams Drive to Survive guy, right? I could see him getting involved a bit more. There was no Williams in this season. Maybe Albon and Latifi just weren't that bothered. But I could see Sargent being a good one that Drive to Survive might try and get on board. Well, I could be back next year, Christian. Could be back. Oh, wait, next episode. Oh, it just goes. Wait, what is this? Season 1, episode 1. Mad. Oh, we did it, ladies and gentlemen. 6.5 hours of pure, unadulterated Formula One content. I'm so ready for 2023, man. 10K on the channel. Easy. Next steps. Bigger, better, stronger, faster. 2022 as well. Testing underway as we speak. Obviously, people were probably watching this later on down the line. Thank you for watching. If you did watch live, thank you for watching later on down the line. If you watch later on down the line. But the 2023 season, we're ready. We're hyped. I'm so excited. And it's going to be a big one. I'll see you then.